Would you believe Baskin-Robbins used generative AI to create those incredible ice cream sundaes that took social media by storm? Believe it or not, generative AI is the secret behind those stunning visuals. But that's just a taste of the future. This video unlocks your generative AI toolbox with amazing tools like ChatGPT, GitHub Copilot, Claude, and Gemini to supercharge your ideas and turn them into reality. Let's get started. So, what the heck is generative AI? Imagine an AI artist that never sleeps, whipping up new content like it's had too much coffee. Whether it's writing stories, creating art, or composing music, generative AI does it all. It's like having your own creative genius in a box. Generative AI is here to spark your creativity and turbocharge your projects. Whether you are an artist, a writer, or just someone looking to jazz up your content, these tools are like your new BFF in the creative world. Now, let's talk about tools. These are gadgets that make generative AI feel like magic, and we will be exploring this in this video. First is ChatGPT. ChatGPT was developed by OpenAI. It is a state-of-the-art language model renowned for its conversational abilities and versatile applications. Second, GitHub Copilot, powered by OpenAI's Codex. GitHub Copilot is an AI pair programmer that assists developers by generating code suggestions in real time. Next, Claude, an AI assistant specialized in prompt engineering. Claude offers advanced capabilities for generating text based on user prompts. Last but not the least, Google Bard, now known as Gemini, is Google's innovative AI platform which seamlessly navigates through text, code, audio, image, video with capabilities like multimodality. Throughout this video, we will dive into each of these tools, uncovering their functionalities, applications, and the limitless possibilities they offer in the world of generative AI. So, do not just limit yourself to ChatGPT, which is the hype. Let's embark on this extraordinary journey together.
Hello everyone, and welcome to this session where we'll be looking at some high-level overview of one of the most recent and one of the most spoken about technologies that has come up in the news today. Yes, you're thinking the right thing. I'm talking about ChatGPT. So in this particular course, what we'll be doing is we'll be understanding the basic of what ChatGPT is, and then we'll also go looking into the various types of prompts that can be given to ChatGPT in order to make ChatGPT work for us. So let's quickly look at the agenda here. We'll be, as I've already said, looking at what ChatGPT is, and then we'll be looking at all of these various prompts or categories of prompts with various prompts within them to understand how ChatGPT works in a conversational manner. So let's quickly get started. So in order to work with ChatGPT, what we need to do is just go onto the ChatGPT GUI and start working with it. It's as simple as that. So we go onto our browser and we click on the address bar and type ChatGPT. This will lead us to the search page with the OpenAI website where ChatGPT actually resides. Click here, and this would be the front page. If you click on this button called Try ChatGPT, you will be redirected to the GPT front end. Now here, as you can see, it gives a disclaimer stating that ChatGPT is currently experiencing very high demands. So currently, even though ChatGPT is very powerful when it comes to conversations, ChatGPT still has not been scaled to answer to very high demands. In any case, we could obviously look into ChatGPT. Now here, as you can see in the front end, we've got a number of examples or capabilities as well as limitations already provided. This gives us an example of how ChatGPT actually needs to be used. So as you can see, you can have very simple questions asked like explain quantum computing in simple terms. Now, as a person who does not have expertise here, this might be difficult for you to understand exactly what quantum computing is. But as you can see, a keyword simple terms is given here. So if we click on this and just click send or start the conversation, this is what it does. ChatGPT on its own will start creating the answer, writing it down, and you can read that, giving you at least a high level overview of exactly what quantum computing is. Now, this was one of the examples of ChatGPT questions. In a similar manner, we've also got very generic prompts like got any creative ideas for a 10-year-old's birthday, or how do I make HTTP requests in JavaScript. Now, this is where the conversations come in, because as soon as I click on this creative ideas for a 10-year-old's birthday and click on send, after it has typed down all of the creative ideas that it has got from its whole search of the Google search engines. So as you can see, all of these are suggestions of what can be done in a 10-year-old's birthday party. Another follow-up prompt here could be, okay, now let's schedule a game plan for a 2-hour party based on whatever is above, right? And ChatGPT does not disappoint us here either. So as you can see, ChatGPT has actually started generating a complete plan with a time marker. So from the start till 15 minutes, we would be welcoming the guests, mingling with them, socializing, after which there would be some outdoor activity for half an hour. And then for another half an hour, there would be a craft party. For another half an hour, there would be a gaming party, and then so on and so forth till we don't complete our 2 hours. So this is how ChatGPT actually becomes conversational. Not only does it provide you with ideas, not only does it provide you with the answer, it also does following up to those answers or with those answers based on the type of prompts that you provided. Now, with ChatGPT, it is very important to provide the right prompts. So before going further with looking at the prompts of ChatGPT, let us understand a little bit about what ChatGPT actually is. So ChatGPT is a chatbot that has been created and deployed by the OpenAI company. This particular chatbot was released for public use in November 30, 2022. Now, that is when there was a large hoo-ha about exactly how ChatGPT worked, and a lot of people started working with ChatGPT in order to understand how strange and how unique it was in a world where most AIs are actually based only upon a certain algorithm and have very limited capacities. So what ChatGPT does is that it actually emulates a conversation with any human interacting with ChatGPT interface. Now, the reason for this is because it uses two learning techniques known as the supervised learning as well as the reinforced learning techniques. These two techniques actually not only help ChatGPT emulate a conversation, it also helps ChatGPT remember an earlier conversation or prompt and reply as per that conversation, or actually implement the learnings from that earlier conversation into any of the future conversations that it might have with another human too. So this is what supervised and reinforced learning actually helps with. Now, what these are a complete different part of AI and machine learning, which we are not going into in this particular course. ChatGPT's capabilities are enormous. Not only can it have human-like conversations, it is also very versatile, meaning that we can have conversations on various fields. Fields like computer programming, fields like music, poetry, writing an email, any kind of professional summarization, writing abstracts, etc. So in all of these things, ChatGPT actually helps us in some ways, and as you can understand, there are also some disadvantages of all of these capabilities. We'll look at the disadvantages a little bit later. One thing we need to remember while having a conversation with ChatGPT is that ChatGPT only remembers and understands concepts and events which have occurred before 2022. So it knows everything till 2021, and then its repository does not really have any data set pertaining to 2022. Whatever it might have learned would be through the various conversations or through the various prompts that have been provided to it during testing as well as the deployment phase. So here we need to understand that there would be some mistakes that ChatGPT does, or there could be some deprecated information that ChatGPT has because of this issue. So let's now go on to ChatGPT and understand the types of prompts that we can give it by categorizing them into various types. Next, let's look at something that most people are interested in when it comes to ChatGPT: coding. ChatGPT is capable of creating codes from scratch for various use cases and also in various languages. Now, please remember that ChatGPT has the capability to code anything, even malicious software. So be very careful while you're using ChatGPT, because even though ChatGPT provided you with the answers, it would only do so on prompting. So you are ethically and legally required to use ChatGPT only for legitimate uses. Please do not use them for coding or creating malicious or hacking softwares. Anyways, going on to the actual point here, we can actually use ChatGPT for coding anything and everything in a particular limit or boundary. So ChatGPT is very good in those terms. For example, let us ask ChatGPT to create a code for something known as the Range Kutta algorithm. Now, this is actually a mathematical algorithm. Some of you might have heard about it, some of you might not have heard about it. That's absolutely fine. And another thing I would like to actually tell you here is, as you can see, the spelling of algorithm was wrong. But ChatGPT understands that, interprets it appropriately, and gives you the exact answer that you want. Even as you can see, I have typed the name of the algorithm. There is a typo there. But ChatGPT understands that and again rectifies it. Now here, by default, ChatGPT starts coding in Python. But if you want, you could also give it a different prompt or a more delineated prompt stating that we want a code for this particular algorithm in, say, C++ or even C for that matter. So let us see. Here it has created the code in Python, and if we give this particular prompt, the code would start getting generated in C++. So not only does it code the algorithm, it also codes the algorithm in various languages as per our requirement. Not only this, we can also specify the kind of complexities that we want. Now, anyone who is in coding or into algorithms, you would know exactly what a complexity is. We've got time complexity, space complexity. So we can actually give those kinds of prompts also. So if I want the code to be generated in worst case time complexity, again, please don't mind the spellings because ChatGPT is actually going to correct that. So as you can see, implemented in ON, where N is the number of steps to take. This is actually the worst case time complexity. Not only is it explaining what the worst case time complexity is, it will also generate the code for the worst case time complexity. In a similar manner, you can also generate a code for best case time complexity. At the end of it, ChatGPT is able to generate a code. Not only that, it is able to generate the code based upon our specifications that we have provided in the prompt. So it takes those keywords very seriously and it implements those keywords within the code. Now, please remember, do not use this for homework because this is where you are actually supposed to use your capabilities. Yes, you can use this if you are trying to implement some very high level software wherein this plays a very small part. But remember, direct copy pasting of any type of code or text from ChatGPT onto wherever your application is not the solution. You do need to change something in order to avoid any kind of plagiarism or copyright infringement. So that's how we can use ChatGPT for coding. Now, this can be used in various places. This can be actually used in various industry use cases also, where we need to generate multiple modules that need to be collaborated or that need to be collated into one single module, and we don't have enough time. This would come in handy. Not only this, we could actually also convert a given set of code from one language to the other. So as you can see, I've written convert to Python. So what I'll do is I'll just write convert above code to Python. So whatever was in the above code, it would convert it to Python. So it was definition of X and Y. And then it goes on to the variables here that are in the method, and it will go on and print everything that is a part of this code within here. Now, as you can see, wherever it stops here, it's not stopping here. That is because we have not stopped generating till now. Here, since we had stopped generating, it stopped the generation of code. But the prompt that is there previously, that is where the information is taken from. So the above code, which is in C++ for the worst case scenario for the Range Kutta method, would actually be implemented completely in Python. So this is the worst case scenario code, but its implementation is in Python instead of C++. So this is how we can actually use ChatGPT for coding. Next, let's go into a little bit of a lighter topic about suggestions. So ChatGPT gives us various suggestions. You can have suggestions for holiday places. You can have suggestions for cheap holiday places. You can have suggestions for games for broke people. You could have all of these types of suggestions. So let's look at the first suggestion here. Suggestions for party games for birthday parties for 7 to 10-year-olds. Now, if I just print this, maybe it might not give me the answer that I want. So the keyword here would be suggestions for party games for birthday parties for 7 to 10-year-olds. Now, here, these are some of the party games that would be suitable for 7 to 10-year-olds as per the information that ChatGPT has. Obviously, if you do not feel that this is not appropriate, you can always disregard the suggestion given here. However, for the most part, these are appropriate suggestions, as you can see. So, musical chairs, spin the tail on the donkey, balloon pop, scavenger hunt, freeze dancing, Simon Says, all of these are pretty normal games that are a part of a 7 to 10-year-old's birthday party. But these suggestions would not be appropriate if it is a 22 to 25-year-old's birthday party. So if we try to look at what a birthday party should look like for someone who is, say, for example, 25 years old, the suggestions would be very different. So as you can see, the first suggestion itself is extremely different. Again, these are just suggestions. You are always free to include other games or exclude multiple games here, but these are the suggestions that ChatGPT provides us with, right? Now let's look at something a little bit more complex. What about if I want a suggestion for party games for college reunions? Now, if I want suggestions for these, then here the suggestions would be slightly different. A lot of these would be related to the college or related to things that I have done in college. Something that could actually help all of the various people who have gathered there to rebond with each other. Again, here, this is a pretty straightforward suggestion. What if this particular suggestion was a little bit more complex? So, for example, if we are suggesting games for college reunions, but they have children with them. So here you can see the things that we're doing here are slightly different. The only thing is that now it would be kid friendly also. So here, as you can see, for the exact same suggestion of party games for college reunion, the list of things that you can do with kids and without kids are different. As a result, you can see that the suggestion also changes. Now, if you want to further filter out or further increase the kind of keywords that are a part of the prompts here, you can obviously do that. You could also have prompts wherein you are looking for suggestions of party games with college reunions at a very good hotel, or we could also have a suggestion for college games in an uptown hotel or suggestions for the hotel itself. So here what we're doing is just having a little bit of fun with all of the various keywords that we use. So all of these types of suggestions can actually be implemented here, and it's up to you whether you want to take in these suggestions or not, but ChatGPT would give you a list of things that you can do to the best of its abilities. Next, let's look at how ChatGPT can help us with summarization. Now, as we know, summarization is the task where we actually take up all of the important bits of a particular large text and we quickly summarize and squeeze it into a few statements. Now, this summarization is very important, especially if you're trying to read through or if you're trying to understand multiple research papers while writing a research paper of your own or while trying to research on a given topic. So, many a times during research, summarization becomes extremely tedious. Even though it's tedious, it is still an important task during research. So, what can we do and how can ChatGPT help us in summarization? Suppose we have this kind of a blog wherein we have some technology that we're interested in, and this blog has information about that technology. Now, as a researcher, I've got say 15 to 20 blogs that I need to review in the next 30 minutes only. There is not enough time for me to read through even one blog and understand what the topics are. So, what I can do is very simple: copy the whole blog here. Now, since this blog is a part of the AWS blogs, I can actually use this here since these are freely available. So I've copied this particular blog, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into my ChatGPT and simply say, summarize the following. And paste the text here. So literally the whole text that was a part of the blog has been pasted here with a suggestion to summarize it. Let's see what happens. ChatGPT very helpfully starts summarizing the whole text that we have pasted here. Now this text has a minimum of 1000 words given in it, and here ChatGPT summarizes it into, say for example, 100 or 120 words only. So it's easier for me to read through this and understand the gist of it rather than actually going through all of the content. Now, as you can see, this is not as short as I want. So what I can do is further summarize the above paragraph. And it will further summarize and further reduce the amount of information that is a part of the paragraph above. So now I've got a say 5 to 6 sentence paragraph, which is easier to learn, easier to understand, easier to remember, and whatever takeaway is there is now in a much more concise manner than before. So ChatGPT helps us summarize a lot of the content, and this can be done for various kinds of things. Like if you've got a complete chapter you need to study and you want summarization of that, or if you want to have a complete abstract of whatever research you've already done. Now, please remember, if it is a research that you're doing and an abstract that you're writing for it, because yes, we can write abstracts too. One thing you need to remember is not to completely copy and paste ChatGPT, because as I've said earlier, there are copyright infringement connotations as well as plagiarisms involved here. So please make sure that you are actually paraphrasing anything and everything that you use from ChatGPT. ChatGPT can be used for suggestions, but they should not be used as it is to complete tasks that are required from you in your coursework. Now let's look at another way in which we can use ChatGPT for summarization. Suppose in my research, I want to point out that isima.io is something that I am not going to use for a particular set of reasons. Now, how do I actually summarize this here in a negative voice? So it's very simple. What I'll do is go back to my paragraph or go back to the source of the blog, copy this blog again, and paste the blog here. However, as you can see, my prompt has changed. Not only am I summarizing it, I am summarizing it in a negative voice. This means that I'm trying to pinpoint all of the limitations of using Isima IO. Now, the reason for that is because it is a necessity in whatever research I am doing. I need some kind of negative feedback showing a reason why I would not be using this particular entity, or for whatever reason I wouldn't require a negative feedback. So as you can see, the summary given before and the summary given later would have differences in it. Further summarize with negative voice. And I've not written what it needs to summarize. So that is why ChatGPT would give me this particular answer. One is the summarization here with negative voice is something that it does not want to fulfill because it strives to provide neutral and objective summaries without coloring the views of anyone, right? Without any bias or without any judgments. So here, this is an important thing to remember, that ChatGPT is different from InstructGPT, which was a predecessor of it. Here, ChatGPT actually tries to give as much as positive or neutral feedback as possible. So even if you ask it to summarize it further in the negative voice, it might give you answers like these. So this is how summarization can be done using ChatGPT. Next, let's look into something a little bit more serious, like for example, career path. Suppose I'm someone who is a high school graduate and I want to look at ways to earn money. Right? ChatGPT very thankfully ignores all of my spelling mistakes and typos and gives me a list of jobs that I can actually do to earn money if I'm a high school graduate. Now, here, as you can see, there could be some job or the other that I would be interested in. For example, freelancing. So I can just pick it up and I can write another statement here or another prompt here. How can freelancing help me? How do I get started? Right? Because as a person who is just a high school graduate, I would not know how do I go about freelancing, right? So how do I go about freelancing and how do I get started there? That is what I need to understand. So as you can see, this actually gives us a complete idea, or being a conversational bot, it actually helps us continue a conversation here. So here, as you can see, freelancing, the advantages given here. After that, what are the steps that you need to take to get started with freelancing are also given here. So it gives you a complete idea about how you can go about doing the task, right? Identifying your skills. Think about what skills you possess, and not only does it ask you to think about those skills, it also gives you a set of examples of what skills you could have, right? So as you can see here, let's see if there is some other suggestion that we can have. Top videos for freelancing jobs on YouTube. Now, I know for a fact that if I go on to Google and search for this, it will obviously give all of these to me. But in order to actually understand what is going on in the same area within ChatGPT, this is one of the best ways. So not only would it give you exactly what you need to do, you can also get suggestions for some YouTube channels here. And as you can see, again, with my typo, it ignores it completely and it gives the right answer for me. So these are some of the websites, or these are some of the YouTube channels that I can look into in order to actually gain insights into freelancing. Now, this was for something which was for a high school graduate. What if instead of earning money, I want to know what to do if I'm interested in medicine, right? So if I'm interested in medicine, there could be various career paths that I can take. It's not necessary that I have to become a doctor. I could also become a pathologist. I could become a researcher. I could become I could even become an anesthesiologist, right? So in any case, all of these would be aligned with the medical field. It's not necessary I would only want to become a doctor. It would just be that, yes, I am interested in going into the medical field. So here are some of the steps that you require. Right now, if you look at these steps are very international in nature, meaning that most of the countries would require you to take these steps if you actually want to get into medicine. However, there would be some changes in the steps here based upon what country you are currently living in. So, if suppose I want to understand exactly what I need to do if I'm interested in medicine, but I am in India, right? So I can modify my search accordingly. Now, as you can see here, the first is research your option, choose a college major because you've got a pre-medical degree that you require, right? And then you need to get involved with the co-curricular activities, you need to have the MCATs, you need to apply. Now here, if you go into a specific condition wherein you are interested in medicine in India, so as you can see here, the steps are different when the keyword is in India. Now, initially when we just searched for our interest in medicine, the first was research your options and there are various careers. But when it comes to the Indian steps that you need to follow, we've got a complete set here that has to be followed. Apply to the medical school, complete your bachelor's degree, and before that you need to complete your NEET, that is our NEET exams, right? And then after that, after you're done with your MBBS, that is our Bachelor's of Medicine and Bachelor's of Surgery, we would consider a postgraduate study and then complete your medical internship and residency, right? So the steps would be different here. And how does ChatGPT understand those steps? ChatGPT understands those steps because these are all a part of its training data, its training information, which was accumulated till 2021. So here, as you can see, not only does it give you an idea about how to go about things, it also gives it to you based upon the keywords that you provide, a statement that I'm emphasizing for the nth time today, right? So this is how we can actually also determine our career path, and apart from determining our career path, we can also understand exactly how to go about achieving that career path using ChatGPT. Next, let's look at how ChatGPT helps us with writing emails. So emails are an integral part of our day-to-day activities. You may be a learner, you may be a person who's working in an industry, you may be an organization who needs to send emails on behalf of its marketing team. You literally may be any of these people who need to send emails. And at the end of the day, emails would be a part of each and every person's life. Now, in the email, there are three very important things. First is the subject line, next is the subject body, and lastly, you've got your email salutation. And the most difficult from all of these things is actually writing the subject line. So let us first look into how we can frame email subject lines. Let us take an example. Suppose you are someone who is working at a particular post and you want to apply for the post of a manager in another company. So how would you frame the subject line? So let's see whether a prompt email subject line for manager post application works with ChatGPT. Let's see if ChatGPT can give us ideas here. So yes, it does give us ideas, applications for manager positions, but one of them is not enough, right? What if we want a complete list of suggestions? Will ChatGPT be able to provide these? So yes, as you can see here, ChatGPT does provide a list of suggestions for possible subject lines that you can use for actually writing an email for a manager post job application. So whichever one you would like, you can take that up, you can paraphrase it, and you can apply it and use it within your emails. So this is one of our hurdles down. Next, let's look at whether or not ChatGPT would be able to create an email. So instead of writing email subject line, let's ask ChatGPT to create an email for a manager job application. So we're not asking for a template here, we're asking for a complete email, right? So as you can see, there are certain template like formats that are here. The name would not be given, the company name would not be given, advertised on wherever it was that it was advertised. And this is the basic idea that it gives us, that this is how you can frame it, right? Now, obviously, we can paraphrase this. There would be some changes, some shuffling here, but this would be the general idea of how your email could possibly be written. Now, this was if I want to write an application for a job. What if I want to write an application for late submission of assignment due to ill health, and I'm writing it as a learner to my course instructor? Let's see if that email can be generated here. Yes, so as you can see, dear professor name. So I've not even written that I'm writing this to my course instructor, but it just gives dear professor name. So there is an intuitiveness that ChatGPT demonstrates due to its learning algorithms. Like, it's got the supervised learning as well as the reinforced learning algorithms, because of which it knows how to frame things. So as you can see, as a learner too, this is something that you can give. Let's see if we can give feedbacks to an e-commerce site on a dress which was torn, right? So I want to generate an email for feedback to an e-commerce site. And as you can see, I've written e-commerce spelling wrong. This is a typo, which was, and the dress that I bought from it, it was torn. So I want to write an email, right, addressing this. So as you can see, this is the email that it actually starts generating. And irrespective of where you are or what your need is, it will generate an email based upon the type of keywords that you're giving here, right? Next, let's look at another process where, say, for example, I want an email subject line. I am an e-commerce site and there is a set of, or a collection of Versace bag that are there for, say, the fall season. This is just an example. And I'm an e-commerce site, right? And I want to send this mass email out to all of the people in my mailing list, all of the customers in my mailing list. So I need some suggestions for the email subject lines. So let's see what type of suggestions could be created here. So as you can see, there are various types of emails that can be generated here, or various types of email subjects that can be generated here, all of them having the keyword for Versace bags for the fall season. So in some way or the other, there is an element here wherein your keywords are being inculcated. Now let's see how an email can be created for the exact same thing for another type of season, say the spring season. So when you look at this email here, again, this is going to be a template based email. But as you can see, elevate your style with the latest Versace collection for spring. If you look here, this is very similar to this given. So what if you like the email given here, but you don't like the subject? Well, you can always pick any other subject line from the list of subjects that you have generated here. So in this particular manner, we can have a collection of email templates generated and subject lines generated, and these can be used in permutation and combination with each other as and when required. Again, remember, these are just suggestions. These suggestions can be paraphrased, they can be negatively voiced, they can be positively voiced, they can even be actively and passively voiced. So let us see if we can passively voice this email. So let's say email for spring season with a passive voice. It doesn't make much sense to have it in passive voice, but here it is. This is an example in passive voice. So not only can you paraphrase things, you can also have your emails written in a manner which actively demonstrate the voice, or have a passive voice demonstration, or even have a formal and informal way of writing. So here, this is a very formal way of writing the email. What if I want to write this email in a more informal voice? So I will just stop generating this email. Okay, the email is at its end any which ways. As you can see, this is a very professional looking email. What if I want this email to be more informal? So right off the bat, you can see it's hey customer name or hey there customer name, whereas here dear customer name. So there is a difference in the salutation from the start, and also as you go down, there would be some more informal ways in which the statements would be stated. Like, for example, standout pieces of our new collections. That is what is given here with the bag name. However, here there are some standouts that you love, like this bag. So, literally, the basic way in which the statements are written are very different based upon your initial formal and the new informal manner. So in this particular manner, we can also change the voice in which, or change the way in which we want to portray the information to the customers or to whoever is at the receiving end of the email. So this is how emails and email subjects can be generated for various requirements within ChatGPT. So next, let's look at content. In ChatGPT, we've already seen that anything and everything can be created if given the right keywords. So let us see if we can create recipes here. Suppose I'm a food blogger and I actually am very curious about a recipe. I might want to try out a recipe, or even for that matter, I just want to put down a very well formed and well aligned recipe. And I don't have any idea how to do it. So maybe I could request ChatGPT to simply create a recipe for a traditional Italian Alfredo pasta recipe. So, what is it doing here? What ChatGPT would do is, after reading all of the keywords that I have put down, namely traditional, Italian, Alfredo, pasta, and recipe, it would give me a list of ingredients and some instructions to cook. Now, please note I've said that I'm a food blogger, right? As any good food blogger would know, this 1 cup of heavy cream is actually not true. So, if you look at traditional recipes for Alfredo pasta, it could be any type of Alfredo pasta, not really a fettuccine pasta, maybe. It could be a farfalla or any other type. At the end of the day, we've got some pasta that needs to be created in Alfredo sauce, and traditionally, Alfredo sauce does not contain any heavy cream. So let's see how ChatGPT reacts if it is confronted with a mistake. So here it says that for a traditional Italian Alfredo pasta recipe, we need 1 cup heavy cream. Let us type another query here stating, but traditionally, Alfredo pasta, or let's say sauce, has no heavy cream. So as you can see, it admits its mistake. It says you're correct. The Italian or the traditional Italian Alfredo sauce typically does not contain heavy cream. Instead, it relies on a combination of butter and cheese to create. Okay, so what it's given here is basically that I admit my mistake, and this is the new and improved recipe here. However, if you look at this very closely, you'll find that even though ChatGPT has admitted its mistake, we can still push it beyond its boundaries. So let's state a question like, so why did you give the heavy cream in the previous recipe? A question, right? Okay, so as you can see, I apologize for the confusion in my previous response. You are correct. It does not contain heavy cream, and I should have provided a more authentic recipe. Now, please remember this authentic here because it's going to help us. As an AI model, my responses are generated based on patterns and information from my training data. This is again a very important aspect to remember here, because since ChatGPT is a AI chatbot, it has particular algorithms in place which recognizes some frequently repeating patterns, and the information that is a part of the training data is information that is till 2021. So here what ChatGPT would do is it would take up mostly the most commonly seen recipes, and most of the commonly seen recipes actually have heavy cream. Let's see if we can further dig into ChatGPT. So we've already asked, so why did you give the heavy cream recipe? Let's see if we can write another question. So did you give the heavy cream recipe only because it's famous? So as you can see, it actually starts giving this, that the use of heavy cream has become popular in United States, but traditionally it is not. So as an AI model, I do not have a personal preference or bias. I strive to provide accurate information based on the best available sources. And as you can see here, based upon this highlighted comment, you can actually understand that a lot of the information or a lot of the content on Alfredo pasta that ChatGPT has, that it has learned from or reinforced through, actually has this particular ingredient in it, which is why it was the go-to ingredient for ChatGPT. This means that ChatGPT does have some issues. It heavily relies on the information that it actually or already has. And the more the information on a particular thing, even if the information is false, the more frequently ChatGPT will answer using that information. So ChatGPT is not all seeing, all knowing. It actually relies heavily on the type of data that has been given to it. And if the data is incorrect, or if the data has these kind of loopholes in it, obviously our answers would not be 100% accurate. I told you before, right, that just keep this authentic recipe in mind. So what can we do with this authentic? Let us say that instead of writing traditional Italian Alfredo pasta, I changed my keyword case slightly to authentic Italian Alfredo pasta. Let's see if ChatGPT gives us the same answer as it did before. So you can see the moment you change your keywords from traditional to authentic, it starts giving us something else. Now, why does this happen? Again, because of the type of data that is a part of ChatGPT. So if you look at ChatGPT, or if you look at any kind of AI data, you would find something called tags in it. Now, what is this tagging? How does it work? So it works sort of like what SEO tagging does. It actually has a certain set of keywords that have been given to it, and the reply that ChatGPT gives is based upon that keyword. So if I took traditional Italian Alfredo pasta recipe, it would give me something that is an Americanized version of the original Italian recipe. Whereas with the keyword authentic, it gives me the actual non-modified Italian Alfredo pasta recipe, which does not have any heavy cream. And this can be done even without the prior conversation that we had with ChatGPT. If you use authentic here, it would still give you the same answer for Alfredo pasta recipe, which is a recipe without any kind of cream. But if you use traditional, you would get it with cream. And as I said previously, this is all because of two things: the kind of data given to ChatGPT, and secondly, the type of tags or keywords that you are using to extract your information from ChatGPT. Now, what if not only do I want an authentic Italian Alfredo pasta recipe, but I also want it to be vegan? So if I want it for vegans, then that is what we write. Now, as soon as we write for vegans, you will see that the pasta recipe would change hugely. There are no cheeses, there are no creams. Additionally, you can see that there is nutritional yeast, there is cashews for that creamy texture. So based upon the various types of keywords that you give, like for vegans, it would actually change. Now, what if I want this exact same thing, because I won't have cashews, if I am a diabetic, for vegan diabetics? Let's see if there is something that it can provide us with. So as you can see, since this particular dish is for diabetics who are vegan, you'll see that there are a couple of changes here. First of all, we've got whole wheat fettuccine pasta, which was not there previously. It was just fettuccine pasta. But here there's an emphasis on whole wheat because we emphasize diabetes, right? Next, unsalted cashews, again, something that most diabetics are preferred to have. unsweetened almond milk, because obviously we're vegan here. We've got nutritional yeast for that cheesy feeling, and we've got xanthan gum here, which would actually give us more of a creamy texture, because our raw unsalted cashews would not have the required texture within them, right? So the xanthan gum is an added thing here. So as you can see, the recipe has evolved with us evolving our keywords. This is how content can be created based upon our requirements on ChatGPT. ChatGPT responds to the type of keywords that are provided to it. So that is how content is created using ChatGPT. Next, let's look into feedback generation and paraphrasing. Now, it's important for us to give feedbacks. It could be because your job requires it. It could be because you just want to give a feedback to a particular restaurant, or for that matter, for a particular recipe that you have taken off of the internet. Or it could just be that you feel that a particular feedback needs to be given to a government organization for the kind of service that was provided to you on that day. Whatever the reason might be for the feedback, feedbacks are an important part of understanding exactly what was provided to you and whether you were satisfied or not with the level of service provided to you or the level of content that was provided to you. It also helps the service provider or the content provider to understand how they can better their service and content. So feedbacks are an important part of our day-to-day activities. Apart from having a feedback, it is also important to paraphrase a feedback, because at times we like a particular content written as it is, but we obviously need to paraphrase that content. So let us have a quick look at exactly how feedback can be generated and how we can paraphrase that feedback to look better. So let us give a feedback for this particular recipe that we have for Alfredo pasta. So let me just quickly copy the recipe that I liked best, which is traditional Alfredo pasta recipe. And let me say that I want to generate a positive feedback for the Alfredo pasta recipe. So as you can see, this is generating a positive feedback for a traditional Italian Alfredo pasta recipe. So here it says clearly that ChatGPT is just providing us with an example. Obviously, we can always change it. So here I just want to say thank you for the delicious pasta, and it was perfectly creamy, and it was something that I had ordered, and yes, this is all good and well, but I just don't feel connected to it, or I don't feel that it is relatable. So what I can do is simply paraphrase the feedback, or let me write it in this way: paraphrase above feedback to be more relatable, right? So I'm saying that the above feedback, whatever you just gave me, it's good, but I want you to paraphrase it to make it more relatable to whoever might be listening to it. So I just dropped a quick note to say thank you for the amazing Alfredo pasta. So now you can see that even though the gist is the same, the way in which the words are worded would be different. The way in which the sentences are framed would be slightly different, and it is more conversational in nature. Now, what if my feedback is not good? I want to give a negative feedback. However, it should not be very negative also. So instead of a positive feedback, I would write negative feedback here, and ChatGPT is especially helpful in this because the type of feedback that it provides is not completely dissing a person. It is actually just providing a sense of disappointment on not being able to have the results that they desired from something that was given to them. Now here, as you can see, it starts off with the disclaimer: I'm sorry to hear that you did not enjoy this. As an AI model, I can only generate an example of a negative feedback, but this is what it says: I was really disappointed. Sauce turned out heavy. I'm sorry to say that I won't make this recipe again. So as you can see, we are not using abusive language here. ChatGPT does not give you any kind of place to say that, okay, this was not at all good or this was horrible. None of those types of words are used here. But the general sense of disappointment is conveyed in a very polite and very meaningful manner here. So this is what ChatGPT helps us with. Again, if I want to paraphrase it to be relatable, I can obviously do that. I can just say paraphrase the above feedback to be more, say, informal, right? This seems like a very formal feedback. Let's see if it can generate a more informal feedback. So as you can see, this is more of an informal way of giving the feedback. Prior to this, when we had the negative feedback, just the last statement, I'm sorry to say that I won't be making this recipe again. However, if you look here, you can see it was a letdown and I don't think I'll give this recipe another go. Sorry. So the way in which the statement is framed here is completely different when it was the initial negative feedback and now the negative feedback in a more of an informal voice. So this is how we can actually give feedbacks and paraphrase feedbacks as per our requirement. Now also let's look at one example of only paraphrasing. So going back to our blog here from AWS, let's just pick up a paragraph here. Let's have ChatGPT paraphrase this particular paragraph. So as you can see, ISMA serves global economy unicorns and enterprises, whereas here ISMA works with global e-commerce companies and large enterprises. So you can see that the way in which the statement is paraphrased, even though the gist of the meaning remains the same, the statements are different, right? So you can see here it is peak on Black Fridays. However, here we've written increase on Black Fridays and there is a threefold increase instead of the 3x plus peak, right? So the paraphrasing would go on as it is, even though the meaning would remain the same, the exact same terminologies would be used. However, the phrasing of those would be changed. So this is how ChatGPT helps us with paraphrasing and feedback generation. Next, let's look into script writings and how you can write scripts or whether if you can even write scripts with ChatGPT. So when it comes to script writing, it's easy to write a particular set of characters who you would like to be a part of the book. What is difficult is describing those characters. So ChatGPT can actually help you with describing the characters based upon some keywords which will be provided by you to ChatGPT. Now these keywords would actually be the general idea that you have or a brief or very minimal intuition that you have that character to be like, right? So let's look into an example of this. So let's look at a prompt of this type, character description, where a good character exists but looks like an evil character maybe. Let's see what kind of a character description comes up here. So as you can see here, we've got a complete description along with the name, appearance, personality, and backstory. So this is what ChatGPT would give us. Based upon the keyword that we've given, a good character that looks evil, it's given us a basic idea of how this person could possibly be created or how this character could possibly be created. Again, we could have the name changed, we could have some identifying features, factors in the appearance. There could be changes here, but this is a general idea that ChatGPT gives us. Now here with the name Raven, obviously conjuring a really evil vibes, we still have this backstory here that shows that even though he's got this appearance of being a very foreboding and intimidating personality, he's still a good person at heart who likes helping others, and that is where his true passion lies, right? So based upon our prompt, this is a pretty good character description. In a similar manner, we could also have something like a fairy, right? So a character description for a fairy who is the opposite of Tinkerbell, maybe. That could be our suggestion. Fairy who is the opposite of Tinkerbell. So I have this very strong urge to actually write a character who's like this, but there is no way I'm able to put it into words. So this is what it is. We've got a name, we've got a appearance, and As you can see, since I specified that it's the opposite of Tinkerbell, this is what it gives, unlike Tinkerbell. So there is a difference here based upon the type of keywords that we're giving. Since it said opposite of Tinkerbell, you can see that there is a strong sense of empathy, right? Something which Tinkerbell obviously lacks, because Tinkerbell needs us to call her name and believe in magic, as you already know, for her to actually start working in things. So here you can see that this is literally the antithesis of Tinkerbell. Not saying that Tinkerbell is evil, but yes, as you can see, Zephyr, I think that's the name that they've given here. So Zephyr is someone who is actually literally the opposite of Tinkerbell in all ways and forms, right? So in this particular manner, just using a very vague idea about exactly what you want, you can actually have character descriptions created. Now, not only can your character descriptions be created in this manner, you can also have target specific character descriptions. Like, for example, I want the character description of a fairy who, say, has a learning disability, but that particular character has to cater to a children's book, right? So I'm writing a book for, say, someone who is within the 5 to 10 age group, and that is the kind of description I want: a fairy who has some learning disabilities, so that it could be more understandable and relatable to learners or children who have learning disabilities. So here you can see that there is this personality trait that they've given her, that learning is difficult for her, but despite that, she is determined to achieve her goal, something that can, actually inspire young children to achieve whatever they want, even though they might have a learning disability or some other issues, right? And as you can see, the name Flicker is something that any child would naturally gravitate towards, because the kind of appearance that the fairy has, it's a very whimsical thing, and also it is something that you can see as per her backstory. It's shown that she is learning through intervention from her teachers. She is growing every day. She is actually trying to overcome whatever learning disability she has, and she has a life outside of learning also, which is very important for learners today. Now, what if we slightly change this to be a character of an young adult book instead of a children's book, right? So the first thing you can see is the name changes, right? The name caters now more to someone who is of the 18 to 22 age group. Not only that, the character description, even though it is similar, it is very different. Here, the character description given was kind-hearted fairy, eager to make friends, explore around her. Whereas here, fierce, independent, something that most young adults aspire to be today: someone who is independent, someone who knows how and what they want. Now, here, since I've written fairy, it's giving female names. If I want, I can also add a special clause here that it needs to be a male fairy, and that is how the character would be created. So any which ways, whatever character descriptions are here, especially in script writing, we need character descriptions, because many a times the people acting out the scripts would require these in order to understand exactly what the nuances of the characters are. So this becomes a very good tool here. ChatGPT as a tool is very good because it gives us a very precise, concise idea about what could be a possible character description. So that is how ChatGPT would help us with script or storyline creations. Next, let's look into how we can create a couple of report templates. Now, reporting is something that all of us would have to do. We could be in any kind of field, like medicine, like finance, like teaching, education. And in all of these fields, we need to create one or the other form of report. So ChatGPT also helps us in creating templates as well as creating complete reports, as we'll see shortly. So let us look at the first part, which is how does ChatGPT create a template? Let's think about a particular scenario where, as a medical intern, I need to create a report. However, I have not been given the upload on exactly how that report needs to be created. What I can do is very simple. I can just give a prompt stating, diagnostic report template. Now, this would become a very generic template. Let's see how ChatGPT actually interprets it. So, as you can see, ChatGPT does not give us a complete template here. It gives us the components that need to be a part of the template. So, we've got the patient's information, we've got the reason for the examination, the details of the examination, and the results and findings. Also, after observing all of these, we need to give an interpretation of what the possible conditions could be that the patient would be suffering from. Next, we've got recommendations and conclusions. However, please note that, as I've always said, these are just suggestions from the part of ChatGPT. There would obviously be other considerations to be taken care of here depending upon the organization that you work for. Now, this does not really give us a complete template. However, it does give us an idea about exactly what information needs to be a part of the diagnostic report. So here, one type of report has been divided into multiple sections, and these sections have to be a part there. Let us look at another type of prompt. Let's say we want to write a positive diagnosis report for diabetes and cholesterol. So suppose a patient has come in with some symptoms of diabetes and cholesterol, and after doing tests and after doing various inferences, we are required to write a report. So this is how the report is being written. And as you can see, we've got this positive keyword here. Now, positive as per ChatGPT would be something that is positive for the patient themselves, right? So as you can see that the resultant finding would be that his blood sugar, which is the 52-year-old male patient as per ChatGPT, his blood sugar is within control and everything is proper and there is no issue with the patient right now. Right? This is the interpretation of positive that ChatGPT says. What ChatGPT does is it tries to ignore or it tries to actually avoid any kind of negative interpretation. Now let's see what happens if we actually prompt ChatGPT to give a negative diagnosis in such a manner that we want to write a complete report where the patient actually has diabetes. So let's take the exact same prompt, but instead of positive, let's write negative. So as you can see, when we write negative here, ChatGPT goes into creation of a complete patient information and diagnostic report wherein there are markers for diabetes and cholesterol. Now, this is something new that ChatGPT has done. If this same prompt would have been given 5 days ago, ChatGPT's answer would have been that it would not give any kind of negative reports because of ethical considerations. So here, as you can see, ChatGPT keeps evolving itself. A couple of days ago, it would not give a negative report due to ethical reasons, and now it is generating a negative diabetes and cholesterol report because now, due to the reinforced learning algorithms that are a part of ChatGPT, you can see that it is also learning newer things that were not initially a part of its repository. So that is how ChatGPT works. Now, both of these were examples of medical reports. What about if I want to create a template for a financial report? That is also possible. So let this be our prompt. Let us find out the financial report for the first quarter of 2023. And please note, we have given it just a template keyword. So it would give us a template or a set of sections that have to be a part of the financial report. As you can see, there are some typos here, mainly the financial report typo here, but it would ignore that and actually find out the actual financial report. So again, ChatGPT actually ignores our typos and interprets all of our statements in the right manner. So as you can see here, it is giving a template to us, and there would be multiple templates here, majorly because we have stated templates instead of template. So as you can see, the first template has the company logo, financial report with the keyword that we have provided, the date, the summary with a net profit of, expenses for the period, the revenue that we had from various products, the expenses that we had for various avenues, the net profit, and the conclusion. In a similar manner, we would have a second template wherein a similar kind of report would be created, the revenue generated from which products, the expenses, and where those expenses were actually carried out. So all of these templates can be created, and what we can do is we can take the template that caters to our needs and we can simply use it without much ado. So this is how ChatGPT actually helps us in creating and formatting templates as per our requirements. Next, let us look into keyword-based content generation. So if we give some keywords, can ChatGPT create content based upon the keywords? So let's say we've got some stories that we want to create. And let's say that the keywords that the stories have to be based upon is a house, cats maybe, and some rain. And let's say one more, catnip. Right? So these are the keywords based upon which I want the story to be generated. So as you can see, because of the prompt given, which is a story about house, cat, rain, and catnip, there is a complete story that is being written by ChatGPT that contains a house with a lovely garden in the front and a spacious backyard. It's got a cat called Whiskers, and Whiskers gets a gift of a fresh batch of catnips. So literally all of the keywords that we've given as a part of our prompt are all being used here as a part of the story. However, as you can see, the story goes on and on and on, and it is not something that I would like to, display or demonstrate here. So the story is here. If you want, you can create a longer story. This is a short story generated. So this is something we can do here. Now let's see if the same prompt can work with poetry. So if we've got a poetry generated using house, cat, rain, and catnip, so as you can see, a poetry can also be generated, right? So in a similar manner, using keywords, we could generate all of these things. Let's see if we can generate an ad script in the same manner. An advertising script, advert script, using all of these features like cat, house, rain, and catnip. Let us generate a response here. So yes, as you can see, even an advertising script can be generated. So there is a voiceover, there are cut tos, like everything that you would require in an advertising script can actually be demonstrated here using the keywords. And as you can see, there is a cat, obviously. There is a cozy house with a lovely garden. There is rain sounds and raindrops can be heard tapping and all of these. So literally all the keywords that you have given here, which is cat, house, rain, and catnip, will be inculcated into the script here, and the advertisement can be completely created as it is, right? So this is how we can actually create content or create scripts using the keywords that we want. Not only can we create scripts using keywords, we can also create stories, we can also create poetries, we can literally create any kind of content using the specific keywords that we require to be included or inculcated into our content. So now we looked at how ChatGPT can create content based upon keywords. Now let's look at whether ChatGPT can create keywords based upon the topics that we give to it. So suppose we want to create a Google ad, but we're not understanding exactly what keywords to use within those Google ads. So let's say this is the prompt. Generate a list of keywords for Google ads for fashion brand. And again, as you can see, there is a typo here. Let me correct that typo now because we have another typo, which is ads. Okay, so this is our prompt, keywords for Google ads for fashion brand. Let's see what type of keywords it can generate. So as you can see, here are some of the possible keywords for Google ads for a fashion brand. Now, it's not necessary that it would be a woman's fashion brand or a man's fashion brand or a kid's fashion brand. It's just a set of keywords which can be used for fashion brand. And a disclaimer is also put in here by ChatGPT that the choice of keywords may vary depending upon the target audience, the product that are being offered, and the goals for marketing that have been set. So please do your research. right? Now, what if we want to bucket these? Now, what is bucketing? Bucketing is where we actually club all of these keywords together in order to understand exactly where or how these keywords can be used. So let's write a prompt here, which is more of a follow-up prompt. Bucket the categories or bucket the keywords under different categories as per their intent. So obviously ChatGPT knows that it has bucketed or it has created all of these above categories, and it needs to bucket these categories based on those. So as you can see, there are categories like informational and research intent, there is navigational intent, there is transactional intent. So all of these intent based categorizations are done here. Again, these categorizations are called out to be subjectives and these may vary. So we need to be very careful here. Right? Now let us see if using these buckets we can write an ad. So let's say we want to create a script for an ad using the informational bucket, right? So how would the ad look? So see, discover the hottest fashion looks, fashion photography. So can you see here, we've got fashion trends, we've got fashion photography, we've got runway fashion, fashion styling, fashion tips. So literally all of those, the fashion trends that are there, the fashion photography that is there, fashion experts, fashion looks, all of these topics would actually be here, and the call to action on the Google ad would be visit our website now. So this is what we want you to do as a fashion brand. We want you to visit the website where these fashion brands are there. So all of these would actually be a part of our Google ad. Again, there is a disclaimer that it is designed to attract users who are interested in learning about the latest fashion trends. So those who are interested in the informational intent would come up here. So as you can see, based upon the informational bucket and the keywords in the informational bucket, we've got this particular ad created. In a similar manner, we can also use the transactional intent wherein we are actually calling people to shop here, to do transactions here. And we can also have the navigational intent where we are asking people to come in and to explore our brand and to explore our fashion boutique. In this particular manner, based upon the keywords, we can bucket them. We can also generate ads specific to these keywords, and we can continue to paraphrase these ads to be more relatable to the users, right? Or we can target them to, say, ladies, men, kids, young adults, teenagers. Based upon whatever our target audience is, we can actually target our ads, or we can filter our ads by giving the appropriate keywords there. Next, let us look into how ChatGPT could help us with social media posts. Now, most of us post anything and everything going on in our life on the social media. Social media has now become an important part of marketing, as well as publicizing your products, as well as your brand name and brand logo. Now, in this kind of a case, anything and everything that a social media influencer or a big star does on social media is under intensive scrutiny. Now, in such cases, we need to be very careful about the type of posts we're putting up as a part of social media. ChatGPT not only helps us by providing us with an appropriate post based upon the keywords provided to it, it also provides us with various paraphrased options of the same kind of post. And it also provides us with maybe more relatable or more informal or more actively voiced or more passively voiced posts as per our requirement. So let's see how ChatGPT actually helps us create social media posts. So suppose I want to create a post on Instagram. I want the caption to be sun, sand, and beaches related. So I simply type Instagram post sun, sand, and beaches. Let's see what ChatGPT comes up with. So as you can see, not only does it give us a complete caption, it also gives us a couple of emojis that we can add with the hashtags that seem appropriate for this particular post. Again, the disclaimer, which has now become a repetition multiple times, these are suggestions for hashtags. You can obviously add whatever other hashtags you want, or you can simply ignore the hashtags given here too. Now, what if this is something that not everyone can relate with? Well, what I can do is prompt ChatGPT to make the above caption more relatable. What ChatGPT does is it paraphrases or it expands on whatever the above caption was and it rephrases everything. If this is what you like, then this is what you can put as a part of your caption. Another thing we can do is ask ChatGPT to generate a list of Instagram posts based on sun, sand, and beaches. Now, what would this do? This would actually give us a couple of options which we can use, paraphrase, or otherwise modify and then implement or post onto our Instagram feed. Now, please remember here, Instagram is one example that I've taken. A similar thing can be done for Snapchat or Twitter, or for that matter, even for Facebook, whatever your social media preferences might be. And as we'll see in just a couple of minutes, you'll see that even with the exact same keywords, changing the name of the social media site will actually change the way in which all of the content is written. So let's see how instead of an Instagram post, a Twitter post would look like. So if we've got a Twitter post based upon sun, sand, and beaches, you'll see. So as you can see, putting a tweet for sun, sand, and beaches actually changes the manner in which it has written the caption here. What if I want it to be in a more formal voice? So tweet for sun, sand, and beaches in formal voice. Now, I don't know why anyone would post sun, sand, and beaches in formal voice, but this is just an iteration of it. So as you can see, we've got a very weird sounding and looking post here. However, it's a post on sun, sand, and beaches in a more formal voice. So this is how we can actually create various prompts on social media using ChatGPT. Not only can we use ChatGPT to create captions like these, we can also use ChatGPT to create posts on some serious topics also. Like for example, if we've got a Twitter post or we are required to create a Twitter post on the current health scenarios in Canada, let's see what is generated. So as you can see, the post here is related to COVID and COVID cases in Canada. Now please remember, as I've already stated previously, the database or the data set that is provided to ChatGPT for learning is a data set that is collected till 2021. As a result, ChatGPT is still in the COVID phase, even though COVID is no longer that much of a threat in multiple countries across the world. So here, the current health scenario in Canada is reflected as being COVID sensitive here because of this kind of a scenario. Now here, as you can see, this is one disadvantage of ChatGPT, that its database is redundant currently. It is approximately 1 year and 3 months in the past, which is something that needs to be updated soon. Now let's see another example of making something more relatable or more engaging. So we've already seen how we can make a caption more relatable. What if none of these captions actually seem engaging to us? So let's see if we can make something more engaging. Suppose we have this particular tweet or Instagram post and I want to make it more engaging. So this is another iteration that we can actually have. So you can see the words are changed again and it comes up here. So this is how we can actually implement ChatGPT and use it to create various social media posts. Now, please remember, while using ChatGPT, it is always better to use exact, precise keywords and not be ambiguous, because as we've already seen in the recipe section for content writing, that the difference between authentic and traditional, two words that seem similar, make a huge difference in the answers that are generated by ChatGPT. So be very careful in the type of keywords that you're writing for each and every post that you want created on social media. Lastly, let's look into marketing. Now, marketing is something that is a very important part of any and all fields today. It does not matter what field you are currently working in. If you are providing a service or you're providing a product as a service, you need to market whatever your product or service is. Apart from that, if you are into the social media scene, then as a social media influencer or as a social media star, you would have to market your own brand. right? So in short, marketing is something that is a very important part of every industry today. Now, in marketing, how would ChatGPT help us? So let's look at some of these areas. Suppose I want to write an advertisement based upon a USP of a certain product. Let's take that particular product as a Honda Civic car. So I want to know exactly what the USPs of a Honda Civic car are and make an ad based upon those particular USPs. So what I can do is I can simply search for USPs of a Honda car, and ChatGPT would give me a couple of common USPs that are a part of all the Honda cars, right? So here, even if I give Honda Civic as a specific keyword, it would still give me generic information about Honda because it does not have specific information about the various types of Honda Civic cars. So as you can see, the USPs for fuel efficiency, safety features, innovative technologies, spacious interiors, reliability and performance are some of the major USPs of Honda cars. Now what happens if I want to create a Google ad? Please note there is a specific keyword here, which is Google ad. So I want to create a Google ad using all of these USPs for a Honda Civic car that I might want to sell. Let's see how ChatGPT creates this ad. So here you can see that an example of it is given here. First is the headline for the ad, which is experience the best of Honda with the new Civic, which then leads to the description of the ad, which has all of our USPs here. So you can see there is a reliable, fuel efficient, stylish. After that, we've got innovative technologies. We've got fine-tuned suspensions. We've got performance here. So everything and anything that was a part of the USPs above has been added onto our description here. And this is how the ad has been created. Now, a similar thing can be done while you're trying to sell other products also, and if you're trying to create Google advertisements there. But this is how you can find both the USPs as well as an ad based on the USP here. What if we want to create a list of ad? Let's see if that is possible. So we say create a list of Google ads using the above USPs. Now, since ChatGPT is intuitive, it knows that the USPs we are talking about are the ones that we had queried for earlier. So using that, it is actually going to create a list of 5 different Google ads. We can use all of these suggestions given here in various platforms. What we could also do is mix and match the various headlines and descriptions to actually make an ad that we are happy with. Obviously, again, these are just suggestions by ChatGPT. So as you can see, we now have 5 different ads with 5 different headlines. However, the thing that is common in all of these ads are all for Honda Civics, and all of them have the various USPs listed in them in various permutations and combinations. Now let's see if we can use this USPs to create an advertisement script. So we have to create a marketing advertisement script for a Honda Civic car using the USPs that were given. Let's see if ChatGPT is able to create the script. Again, this script would just be a suggestion. It would not be something that has to be delivered as it is. However, if you look at the script, we have all the different kinds of prompts, including how the narrator is going to speak, what the narrator is going to speak, when they're going to speak, as well as what are the various parts of the scene that are here. So this could give us an idea about how we can present our advertisement to our clients. It's not necessary, again, that we have to use the script. We can paraphrase, we can change the script up, but at least the basic idea of a script can be taken from here. Now, what if you have an idea for a script, but you're not able to flesh it out? Let's see if we are able to create a specific script by giving some keywords like, say, for example, so I want an ad for Honda Civic that also features a father-daughter duo. So as you can see here, not only do we have the inclusion of the father-daughter duo into the advertisement script, we also have their roles being played, and the whole script changes to cater to the requirements as per our keywords. This is what ChatGPT is capable of. ChatGPT also helps us by becoming a marketing tool which helps us in creating different kinds of content for different platforms, be it social media platforms, Facebook ads, Google ads, or even by helping us in creating scripts for marketing films or marketing advertisements that we might require here. So this is how ChatGPT is a very powerful tool. So now that we've come to the end of this particular session, let us look at some of the disadvantages of ChatGPT also. Now, ChatGPT has a lot of advantages as we've seen. Not only does it allow us to search for certain information, we can also have conversational follow-up questions based on those conversations that have previously been carried out. So follow-up questions actually help us have all of our searches and related queries in one single chat box, right? So as a chatbot, ChatGPT is extremely helpful to us. However, there are some disadvantages when using ChatGPT. First and foremost, we've got the ethical considerations. ChatGPT, being an AI chatbot, does not create content on its own but relies on the keywords given by the users. So users using chatbot have to be extremely careful about the type of keywords that are being provided to the chatbot, since the chatbot has a reinforced learning system in it. So here the chatbot would constantly keep learning and implementing all of these newer learned keywords into its data set. The next disadvantage is that ChatGPT can easily be used to code any and all types of code in a number of programming languages. These programming codes can also be malware if the user so desires. Even though ChatGPT gives us a disclaimer that this particular program or this particular set of statements should not be executed due to ethical considerations, there is not much that the chatbot can do in order to prevent someone from using that piece of code for malicious purposes. So malware can also be created by using the ChatGPT chatbot. In a similar manner, we can frame various emails like phishing emails in order to actually carry out malicious activities. Again, even though ChatGPT provides us with all of these emails, it does not have any contingency plans to stop the users from using these kinds of emails which have been generated. Another very big disadvantage of ChatGPT is that currently it has very low scalability. The kind of load it can take is extremely limited, and every couple of hours or so, if there are excessive amounts of queries coming in from the same IP address, it starts blocking the IP in order to cater to other newer IP addresses and their requests. As a result, scalability is an issue with the ChatGPT chatbot. Copyright and plagiarism issues also come into play, especially because ChatGPT generates content which might be a duplicate of something. This is because maybe two or more people would have given the exact same keywords and ChatGPT would have generated the exact same content. As a result, it is always recommended to paraphrase the content that has been created by ChatGPT to avoid such issues. ChatGPT, after a couple of points or after a couple of keywords or iterations, starts repeating the responses. So for example, if you have a constant array of 10 to 15 prompts of a similar type, you will find that after around 10 prompts, the answers would start repeating. So let's take an example of sun, sand, and beaches. You would see that after a couple of times of giving the same kind of prompts for social media sites like Twitter, Instagram, and Snapchat, it would start giving the same kind of prompts irrespective of what the type of social media is where you want to post this content. This happens because ChatGPT even now has a very limited data in its repository. Speaking about data and data in the repository of ChatGPT, ChatGPT is also limited by the outdated data that is present within its repository. This is due to the fact that ChatGPT was trained on datasets that have been compiled till 2021. This means that the data there is outdated, and this would affect the answer or the response that you get from ChatGPT for your various keywords. So this is all about ChatGPT. So let's quickly summarize what we've seen in this session. We've understood a basic idea about what ChatGPT is, how we can use ChatGPT. We've also seen various prompts on ChatGPT and how these prompts can actually help us in various fields of our life. And lastly, we've looked at some of the disadvantages of ChatGPT. I hope you've liked the session. Thank you so much.
Congratulations on completing the ChatGPT course. Now, get ready to take your AI journey to the next level with GitHub Copilot. Just like ChatGPT, GitHub Copilot harnesses the power of AI to assist you, but this time it's all about coding. So, if you are excited to see how AI can supercharge your programming skills, let's dive right into the world of GitHub Copilot.
Now let us understand what is GitHub, because I'm going to talk about GitHub Copilot. So you should understand first GitHub. Many of you would be familiar with what is GitHub, might be using it also on day-to-day basis. Whoever are developers or are software coders, they might be using it for sure. But again, you need to understand exactly what GitHub is to understand GitHub Copilot. Before understanding GitHub, you need to understand what is Git. Because, GitHub is based on the foundation of Git concepts. So Git stands for Global Information Tracker. So Git was initially developed to do version control system, and it's a distributed architecture. Version control system meaning, suppose you have developed a software or a project. Now, that was the initial version. Now you did some updation, some functionalities were added or maybe removed, and the next version of the software is created. So somewhere the older version should also be stored, right? Should be worked upon, and then the newer version should be installed. So how or where you can do all these? Git provides that platform. Okay, so it's a distributed version control system where you can keep your code, that is, you can store your code, you can manage it, you can modify it, update it, and release the newer version of it. Initially, Git was created by Linus Torvalds, the creator of Linux operating system kernel as well. And this was founded in 2005. Now, I'll talk about some functionalities of Git. These functionalities are also carried forward to the GitHub concepts. That's why it's important to understand this here as well. So Git has a distributed architecture. It means what? So there is an architecture where, it's called centralized architecture, where suppose you've written a software code and it is stored at one place, you are able to access it on day-to-day basis. But distributed architecture meaning it is stored at a place, but every developer's machine or a laptop is able to access it or keep a copy of it on their own laptop as well. Okay, so that's your distributed architecture provided by Git. Second, it helps you run a parallel version. Now, suppose that 2-3 developers are working on the same piece of code, or same software or project, and they're using Git to store that software or a project. All 3 developers can run or do the modification of that code in their local machine and keep on doing the updations parallelly. So the same code will have 3 different versions on 3 different developers' computer. Parallelly, it is maintaining all these versions so that the 3 developers can work independently on their machine for the same piece of code. Next, it maintains history. So all the metadata related to, modification or updation of a code, like who updated the code, what was the changes done, when was it done, all these metadata is also being maintained on Git platform. That's what it is, that maintains history. Next is collaboration and conflict resolution. So how is this, doing conflict resolution? So same piece of code, as I said in an example, that 3 developers are, accessing it and updating it, right? Now, suppose all 3 did the modification in the exact same piece of code. Which code will be stored back, in the original copy? How to resolve this conflict is also handled by Git. There are different logics behind which is used to take care of all these conflict resolution things. Next, coming to performance-wise, Git is fast and secure. I said fast because, it provides, person to access it on their own machine, and that's how, it is faster. And Git is faster because it can handle even large code base. Even if your code file is very large, you can efficiently handle it. And it's also secure. It's open source, means it is freely available. So not just, GitHub is Git is freely accessible, but also you can access the code or manage your project freely. There is no subscription charges as such. Then integration. Git can be integrated with various IDEs. It can be integrated with various online platforms like GitHub. So here GitHub comes in picture. So GitHub is an online platform, or I can say a web-based platform for Git. So all these functionalities which I just now listed down for Git is applicable to GitHub as well. And apart from this, GitHub offers some more functionalities, some more features, as it is a web-based platform, and it provides version control for various systems. Now, coming to what is GitHub Copilot. So you got an idea what is Git, what is GitHub. Talking about GitHub Copilot now. So as GitHub, a web-based version control system, which was already allowing you to store your projects, your software codes, basically, and access them also freely. So associating, Copilot with GitHub would have been beneficial, because a lot of training data is freely available. When I say freely, it is open source. It is freely available to train the model. So as I said, GitHub Copilot is a AI developer tool. So it is an artificial intelligence based developer tool. So the programmers, the software coders, or the developers are going to use this GitHub Copilot to write down a code to create a software. It is based on generative AI model, which I spoke about, and it is developed by GitHub, OpenAI, and Microsoft. As I said, initially it was founded by GitHub and OpenAI, but as Microsoft is one of the investors here, the name is associated in the founders. Okay. Talking about some of the features of GitHub Copilot, the first one is it provides sharp and intelligent code suggestion. Meaning, when you use GitHub Copilot, the moment you start writing code, it will help you to, suggest you the next line of code or the next few words of that code. For example, suppose you're writing a for loop. Okay. So for loop, if you write just the for keyword, it will automatically give you the brackets, the, what has to be written inside that bracket, those curly brackets and everything. Now, this example, I've taken it from Java. If it is a Python code, it will suggest you accordingly. Or it is any programming language code, it will suggest you accordingly. Okay. Next feature is it auto completes the code. Now, why the software developers are loving this GitHub Copilot? Because for talking about, Java programming language, like I am a Java programmer. So when it comes to Java programming, there are so many, syntaxes which has to be keep in mind. That is semicolons, the curly brackets, the round brackets. So where curly brackets will be there, where round brackets will be there. Should I put a semicolon at the end of for loop, or should I put it after curly brackets? There is no semicolon required. So these kind of lot of small things are there which has to be kept in mind. I'm very sure that other programming languages are also having these kind of syntaxes which has to be learned. But if you're using GitHub Copilot, you need not learn those, or you need not Google every time after writing a single piece of code. Because GitHub Copilot will automatically complete your code with the right syntax of the same programming language in which you are developing your software or writing a program. It codes faster. Now, why does it code faster? Because as I said, if you're writing just the first few words of the program or first few, keywords of the programming language, it is going to suggest you what should be the next few lines. And you just have to, press tab or enter, and it will write down the code in a fraction of a second. So that's the reason it codes faster. So it understands all the file types. If you have created a file, you're using GitHub Copilot there, and you've created a file with .py extension, it understands that it's a Python code file. If you have created it with .java extension, it will understand that it is a Java code file. Right? Similarly for other programming languages, and it will suggest you the code or the next few lines of your program on the basis of the programming language or the file type which you have stored that file of. Okay. So that's the feature that it understands file type. Next, cloud code understanding. So not just, the basic programming concepts, it also has concepts of cloud. Suppose you're writing or developing a software that uses a cloud platforms that may be using any cloud-based platforms. It will suggest you, according to that, the next lines of code. Okay. It also has database understanding. May it be any database, MySQL, Oracle, SQL, PostgreSQL, or MongoDB. Depending upon which database you're using, it will suggest you, or I can say it will help you write the query in that particular database programming language. IDE integrations. It can be integrated with lot of IDEs, integrated development environments. Lastly, but not the least, it gives you the best suggestion. As this, GitHub Copilot is based on AI, generative model, and this model is trained on lot of freely available codes, that is open source available codes, and hence it provides you the best suggestion possible for that particular piece of code which you are trying to write, or a program which you are trying to write. There are disadvantages to it as well. About that I'll talk in a little bit of time, but this is all about the features of GitHub Copilot. So what all you can do with the help of this. Okay, you will get a more clear understanding of this once we'll see the demo or a hands-on session, that how exactly is, it is auto-completing the code which you're trying to write, or how is it understanding even what is there in your thoughts. So let me be very clear here that it will not read your thoughts, what's going on in your mind, but yeah, what you are trying to write from the keywords which you have already written on the GitHub Copilot platform, it will help you to write the complete software. Now let us talk about what are the languages and IDEs that are supported by GitHub Copilot. Before getting started with hands-on sessions of GitHub Copilot, you need to know what programming languages you can use on GitHub Copilot. So the list is infinite, although not limited to this. Python, JavaScript, TypeScript, Java, C#, C++, Go, Ruby, PHP, and many others. As I said, the list is not limited to just these programming languages. Some might be added more, or it can add in the future. Initially, the language on which GitHub Copilot was developed and the first test was done was JavaScript. So later on, you will see that with JavaScript programming language, you can utilize all the features of GitHub Copilot. When I say all the features of GitHub Copilot, meaning different versions are there, or different subparts are there for GitHub Copilot tool, which you can fully utilize when it comes to JavaScript programming language. But yeah, other languages are also supported. So this is the list which you can go through, and depending upon the programming language you want to work upon, you can choose GitHub Copilot. Talking about the IDEs supported by GitHub Copilot. So from the official announcement on the GitHub Copilot website, basically, you can see that it mentions that GitHub Copilot integrates directly into your editor, including NeoVim, JetBrains IDE, Visual Studio Code. Right? So these are the 4 IDEs, integrated development environments, on which you can use GitHub Copilot. I will be using Visual Studio Code to demonstrate you the codes and also the SQL queries. But why I have selected this? So there's no such strong reason. But yeah, initially when the GitHub Copilot was developed, it was tested and developed on Visual Studio Code. And as the first always gains a preference. So that's the reason I'm using Visual Studio Code. And also, as this, GitHub Copilot was developed using this tool initially, it will be fully fledged supported or seamlessly supported by Visual Studio Code. And that's the reason I'll be using Visual Studio Code going further for demonstrating the hands-on session. Let's talk about the advantages and disadvantages as well. I have spoken a lot about advantages, right? Like, it helps you to develop and write faster code, because you don't have to, now keep remembering the small syntaxes or small keywords of the programming language. GitHub Copilot can suggest you what should be the next keyword here, or what is the advanced syntax which you are missing here. Why is your code even giving an error? That also can be pointed out by GitHub Copilot. So using all these features, you are able to write the code really quick, right? Even if suppose in the comment, just as a comment of any programming language, you write what application you're trying to develop, it will give you a basic code or basic idea. Suppose you want to write a program for linear search. You just write in a comment, program of a linear search. And within a fraction of seconds, it is going to demonstrate you or give you the code snippet for a linear search, right? If you want to develop a GUI, you want to create a graphical user interface with suppose 2 text boxes, 2 buttons, 2 labels, right? Just write down this as a comment. It will give you the basic or I can say it will give you the complete code of what GUI you want to develop. That might need some customization depending upon what exactly the GUI you want to look like. But yeah, it will help you to write down the basic at least, right? But there's a disadvantage to this as well. As I said, first thing is that GitHub Copilot is not going to read your mind. It's not inside your brains. So definitely you have to give a proper prompt. You have to properly write down the comment what you exactly want GitHub Copilot to help you with, right? And as it is trained on the freely available programs, it might give you incorrect results sometimes, right? Suppose I said, I want to write a program for searching an element in an array, okay? And to search an element in an array, GitHub Copilot has suggested you a logic which is somewhat like linear search, but you wanted to write binary search. So right, there is an ambiguity here, correct? Suppose you wanted to create a GUI, as I gave an example right now, and there you want 2 text boxes and 2 buttons. It provided you the text box, but it didn't provide you the label, right? So text box should be associated with the label. What exactly has to be entered into the text box is provided as a label, right? So these kind of incorrect results might be produced by GitHub Copilot. So it's not exactly incorrect, but it's incorrect when it comes to the reference of what exactly you wanted to write code with or code for, right? So you have to be a little bit of intelligent programmer in software. So you need to have a understanding or a knowledge of the software programming language to just check and review that whatever code suggestions are given by GitHub Copilot, is it right or wrong? So that's the smaller disadvantage. But yeah, as I said, if you have knowledge of it, you might not be affected with this disadvantage and convert this disadvantage to your advantage. Now let us see some hands-on session for the different aspects of GitHub Copilot, starting from the installation to running program related to Java programming language and also executing MySQL queries. We'll see everything. So let's get started with how to install GitHub Copilot. And in the process, I'll also tell you how to, integrate it with Visual Studio Code. So just go on Google and there you can write GitHub Copilot. Okay. And once you press enter, the very first link, if you see here, GitHub Copilot, your AI pair programmer, you have to click on this. Okay. And then the link opens up. This is the link here, right? Now, you can see all the details about, GitHub Copilot is over here. You can see here the .ts file, how the GitHub Copilot is helping. A small, GIF is here, where as a comment, the developer writes that determine whether the sentiment of text is positive, use a web service, and it automatically generates this code within a fraction of a second. Similarly, you can see with the Go programming language or Python or Ruby or whatever programming language you're comfortable in working or you want to develop a software, the same thing applies. Coming to the different plans which are available from GitHub Copilot. So one is that you can use a 1 month free trial. So to give it a try, you can go with a free trial, and that's what I'm going to do it right now here. So you can click here, start a free trial, and it will give you a 1 month free trial which you can utilize. Or there are 2 different plans. One is for individual, one is for business. So depending upon your account, your GitHub account, if it is an individual account or it's for corporate account, you can, leverage this benefits. So for individual, this is the plan per month or this much is per year. For business, similarly, the other plans are there. You can go with buying it. Trust me, guys, you're not going to, disappoint if you are taking these plans for individual and trying to use it. I'll show you also how, it is helping in writing a software. Then maybe you can get a clear idea that I should go with the plan or not. Similarly, you can see or go through this complete page. It also tells you here down the lane that, how it is helping the developers in the entire world. The research has found GitHub Copilot helped developers code faster, focus on solving bigger problems, stay in the flow longer, and feel more fulfilled with their work. So this is some data, research data, which has been put up over here. And similarly, down you can see somewhere it is also mentioned which all, So you can see it writes the program for if you want to draw a scatter plot in JavaScript. This is how quick it is writing down. So you can see just with a blink of an eye, it has written the complete code. You can go with Python and how to write drawing a scatter plot in Python just within seconds. Similarly, you can go for, other program related to memoization, or you can fetch tweets, or writing the program for fetching the tweets can be written within fraction of seconds. Right. So this is, example how Copilot is helping you write code better. Now coming to how to install it. So as I said, you have to click on GitHub Copilot link. That is the very first link when you type GitHub Copilot in Google. And here you can click on start a free trial. So if you click on this, it will take you to the login page of GitHub. So you can see here that it is already logged in. So my account, this is Pragya Prudent here. If you are not logged in, or for the first time you're using it, maybe you have logged out, it will ask you to log in. Else you can, if I go back to that page, as I said, if you click here, or you can just before itself, you can sign in from here. So as I've already signed in, it's showing my, profile icon here. But if you have not, it will show you the option to sign in or sign up. Okay. So I'll go back again there, clicking on a start a free trial. And as I have not yet taken any plan, or I'm not using the account which has plan associated. So this is the free version which I'm using right now to demonstrate you. And in this, if you can go here and see, there's option of billing. Yeah, here, billing and plan. So if you go on this, plans and uses. So you can see right now it is saying it's due by September 8th because recently I've taken the free trial version. If you want to buy it right now itself, you can go here and do the upgradation. And you can see what benefits are there and what is not included. So these many things are supported right now in my GitHub Copilot, account. So you can see GitHub Copilot, it is there with the GitHub. Now, how to link it with Visual Studio Code? So I'm going to use an IDE, Visual Studio Code. You can use all the other IDEs also, which I have mentioned to you, which GitHub Copilot supports. And the reason I'm using GitHub Copilot with Visual Studio Code is that because that was the platform and IDE on which GitHub Copilot concept was initially developed. So for that, you should either have Visual Studio installed in your laptop or system. If not, then again, you can take help of Google and you can just directly type here Visual Studio Code and the very first link here. You can click on this. It will take you to the page of Visual Code Studio. You can go to this download option here and it will show you the option. If you are using Windows, Mac, depending upon your Ubuntu or whatever, Red Hat, whatever is your operating system, you can download it from here. So if you click on Windows here, it will download. You see, thanks for downloading Visual Studio Code for Windows. Actually, I have already downloaded and installed the IDE, so I need not install it again, but guys, it's very simple. So you can, once it downloads, so it's still downloading. So once it downloads, you have to just click on it, click on I accept the terms and services, and just clicking on next, it is going to install it, right? So it will take maybe 2 to 3 minutes hardly to install once it gets downloaded. Now, point is how to connect Visual Studio Code with GitHub Copilot. So let me show you that. As I said, I have already installed Visual Studio Code. So here is the terminal for it. So once you install it and open Visual Studio Code, you will see like this, something of this kind of a screen will come in front of you. So I have also created a project folder here and a file. That's the reason it's showing it. But if you have not and you have opened VS Code for the first time, these options won't be here. You have to create a folder and a file separately later on. Okay. So you can actually go from here, create a new file, or you can open some folder and then inside that you can create a file. So these options are here, which you can do. But before that, how to integrate now GitHub Copilot with VS Code. So for that, you have to go to this extensions option. Okay, that's also the marketplace. So here you have to search the extensions in the marketplace. So I'll just write GitHub Copilot. Okay. Now again, GitHub Copilot has various versions. Okay. So GitHub Copilot Labs, GitHub Copilot Night, different versions are there, which has different features. And also some are used for different activities, different kinds of, activities related to software development. Depending upon your use, you can, but here I'm going to just show you the very first basic version of it, that is GitHub Copilot. So once you write there, the very first option which you see with a tiny bear kind of an icon, you can click on this. So once you click here, like as I have already installed it for a faster demonstration here, but if you have not, in place of this uninstall, it will ask you to install. So just have to click that install option. These reload require disable option would be there. There will be only one option given to you here, install. Okay, for the first time if you have not installed. Click on that. It will install here itself with a fraction of a second. It won't take you to any other page or anywhere. It will just simply install. And then it is going to pop up asking to authorize VS Code by GitHub to use GitHub Copilot. Right? So authorization from GitHub is required. So if it doesn't automatically pops up, then in the notification center, you can click here, and definitely here there will be a notification saying kindly authorize GitHub Copilot to be used in VS Code. Okay, so you have to just click on that notification. It will take you back to your GitHub account, and it will ask you here to, it will pop up message here saying that editor VS Code is trying to access GitHub account. So you have to allow it and authorize it. So you have to click on authorize button, and that's it. It will link there. And once the link is completed, here you can see this small icon here. So this is the icon for Copilot. Okay, GitHub Copilot. So once this is active here, if it is not installed properly, it's not active, then there will be this icon with a cut mark over it, like a slash on top of this bear icon. It means it's inactive right now. If you want to inactivate or deactivate, you don't want to use it right now, you can click on this, and then you can click on disable globally. So disable globally is for disabling it for all the programming languages which you are using on this VS Code. If I am using some programming language, suppose Java, then it will ask you that want to disable for only Java. Okay. So depending if you want to disable it for some time or you are finding it irritating, you can disable it as well, but good to use it. Fine. So this is done. So you have to just close it. And if you are using, if you have to run Java codes here, so VS Code supports Java programs, right? So you just have to install the JDK in your machine. So make sure that JDK is installed. If not, you can again install the JDK or the extension for Java from here and install it in the same way how I explained you for GitHub Copilot. So you are able to run Java programs also properly. Now, coming to already I have, okay, so once you have installed Java, you have installed the plugin of GitHub Copilot, you can go ahead with creating a folder here, or you can open a folder if you've already created or it's there in your system. And then in this, you can create a new file. I can give it a name. Suppose, first program.java. Okay, so just click enter. You can select the folder. So it's already selected. VS Code folder is there and Java project folder I have already created. So you can just create the file. So it created, the file firstprogram.java, right? So you can see J here. So it's a Java file, right? So that was all about your installing GitHub Copilot, installing VS Code, integrating GitHub Copilot with VS Code. Now we have installed GitHub Copilot, we have installed VS Code and integrated GitHub Copilot with Visual Studio Code. Now time to start writing program. So the programming language which I'll be using here is Java programming language. Let me demonstrate you how to write on a program quickly using GitHub Copilot. Okay, so we have created a file here, firstprogram.java. If you want to create a new file, you can go here, click on new file, and then give the extension which you want to. Here I am using Java programming, so I have given .java extension. It will ask you to select the folder, select the particular folder where you want to create this file, and then just hit enter. It will create the file. Okay, so firstprogram.java is the file which I have created. Now, you can see here my GitHub Copilot is active, right? So it's asking to deactivate. It means it is activated. To use this, if suppose I'm going to write a hello world program, right? To check how, GitHub Copilot is helping you. So you have just written a class here, right? And it will automatically give me the suggestion that I want to write a hello world program, because for the first time without any input, whenever you start programming, the very first thing you learn is writing a hello world program, right? How to, print hello world keyword. So this is what it is going to give me. So I've written class, and then I'll just write, half of this first. It is automatically, you can see, showing me the suggestion for the code, and it's completing the line that after first I should write program, as this is the class name, and then all the syntax, public static void, main string, args, and system.out.println, hello world, everything is being demonstrated here, right? So you can see here, right, it is giving me the suggestion for the entire hello world program. So I just have to click, or I have to just press tab, and it will come to the end of the suggestion, okay? And just program for printing hello world is complete. So you can see how quick it was, right? Now, if I want to print something else here, I can print something else, maybe good morning, okay? And if I execute this by clicking on this icon, so you can see that the program ran successfully, executed successfully, and good morning here is the output, right? Now, I don't want to, write this hello world program. Going to the next level, suppose I want to write here a program for maybe printing a pattern, okay? So there are different pattern programs which are frequently asked in interviews as well, right? So suppose I want to write a program, I'll just comment it out. You can write it without comments also, doesn't make a difference. Just that you have to delete the line after the code is written, right? Otherwise, it will give you an error. So I'm going to see an example. So in the comment, you're just going to write program to search an element, okay, in an array. Hit enter. So you can see it's showing me what should be my next line of code. You have to press tab and then enter. Now, the next line suggestion will also be given. So you can see not just the next line, it has given me the entire code which should be there for a program to search an element in an array. So you can see it's asking enter the number of elements in the array first. So it's creating the elements as well. Then it's asking to enter the elements of the array. And then you have to enter the elements to be searched. So which element you want to search, you have to enter, and then it's found. And once found, it is going to print the position, else it will print a message, element not found, right? So let me execute and see. So this program is for a linear search, right? Let me execute it. Enter the number of elements in the array. So suppose 5 elements are there. Now now the element to be searched, if I write, suppose 90. So you can see the element found at position 5, because these are the numbers which I have entered. 23, 54, 67, 89, 90. So 90 was the last one, position 5. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 90 was the position of the element. So it's correct, right? Now what logic it is using is a different thing. As I have not mentioned any logic to be written here, I just want to search an element in an array. So it's using just a linear search. But if I want a specific, logic to be used, like I want a binary search here, I can delete this and then I can rewrite the comment and it will again give me the suggestions, and you just have to hit tab and enter and it is going to accept that suggestion, right? So you can see here, now it is using binary search. So binary search is that we find the middle element, and middle element is first plus last by 2, and then we start searching from first till the last element, but always comparing with the middle element, right? If it is smaller, then we go with the all the elements smaller to the middle element. If it is larger than the middle element, we go to the other half of the array. So this is the binary search, and see, correct output is given, or correct code suggestion is given by GitHub Copilot. So that quick it was, right? Now I'll show you a program here to, create a GUI with 2 text boxes, or we can create a login form GUI with 2 text boxes and a button. And I have to just delete all these see, it is also giving me a suggestion for the comment, like, do you want to add some functionality to what you want to write, right? So you can see how intelligent suggestions are there. When the user clicks the button, the program should check the username and password. You want this also to be added? Okay, let's add it. If not, you can just leave it as well. So now it is asking that, when the, program should be logged in, it's login successful. So if you want something, if the username is this, if I don't want, username to be admin, I want username to be admin1, okay? And I don't want password to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, I want it to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I can change it as well, right? And then we're going to just press enter. Okay, otherwise the program should, now it will start writing the program. I didn't want that particular comment to be accepted, so I just pressed enter. So it is now showing me that I should, import all these necessary packages needed to create a GUI form, right? So once done, yes, you can see here that if I pressed enter, it again showed me the entire code which should be there. If I press enter, tab and enter, I have just accepted a suggestion, but you can make sure that it's correct or not. So you can see it is extending the JFrame and implementing the interface, that is action listener. It is creating a text field, 2 labels, 1 password field and 2 buttons, okay? 1 login and 1 exit button. Initializing all these in the constructor for the class. So all these initialization is done. It's created JPanel. Now all these, text boxes and buttons and password field has to be added to the panel. So it's adding to the panel here, panel.add. Then you have to implement action listener on these 2 buttons because it's going to perform some action. So you can just check that, the code is actually correct. And here is what action is performed, that if the button login button is clicked and the username is this, password is this. So it is fetching the text from here. And if it is equal to admin1, so you see here in the commit, I've changed that I don't want admin, I want admin1. So even if you make certain changes according to what you want to write a program, it will take that as an input. And password, I wanted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then it should say that login successful, else login failed. Let's run this code and see. So yes, you can see here, as there is no, length, breadth and, width defined for these buttons and text boxes, it's showing me like this. But you can add some piece of code if you want here. For that also, the suggestions will be provided. So username, if I write admin only, and I write password as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I write login, it is going to say login failed because of the username should be admin1. Now if I log in, it says login successful. So you can see how easily you have created a login page, a GUI, right, within a fraction of seconds. So this was all the help, you can see a programming example which can be provided or helped with by GitHub Copilot. Okay, now I'll show you a small, not just, these basic programs, but also the concepts of the core programming language of Java, that is your multi-threading concept. Suppose I want to create a class, okay, which a thread class basically. So class first program which extends thread. So you can see it is giving me the suggestion, and if I press tab, I've accepted it. So you can see the basic layout is ready. There should be a run method. There should be, the start should be called on the object of that class. So the basic layout of multi-threading is ready. Now, if I want to do some certain changes here, I can write my own, functionality here inside the run method, right? Depending upon what I want. And I can similarly, call this run method from here. If you want to add one more run method or, override run method, and just learn or see the concepts of overriding with run, you can do that as well. So you can see here it has written one more run method for me, right? So not just the, GitHub Copilot is helpful for those who are just writing a program, who have learned the programming, but also for them who are learning it. Like you can see here, the very basic concept of threading, multi-threading can be learned in Java using GitHub Copilot. So that was all about Java programming. How is it helping for the developers to develop the program in Java?
Now let us see how we can use GitHub Copilot with MySQL in Visual Studio Code.
So just now we saw a Java program, right? Now moving ahead to MySQL. So what we should do here is that you have to first install the plugin related to MySQL in your VS Code, and that you can do in a very few simple steps. That you can just go to the marketplace, installing extension position, and here in the search you can write MySQL. Okay, and here the second one, this, if you see here, this database icon, you have to click on this and install it. As I have already installed, again it's showing me uninstall option. Otherwise it will show you install option here. Just click on it. It will install you without asking you any accept, reject or next option. It will simply install here. So MySQL, once it is installed, so these icons, if you see, are on the left side, database, NoSQL, these will not be until you have installed MySQL. So once you have installed, these icons will be visible to you. So if you click on these icons, which is visible here, so if you click on database, right now I have already connected it with the database, so it's not asking me any option to connect. But for the first time, when you are integrating MySQL with VS Code, it is going to, a pop-up window will be here where you have to fill the connection name. Okay, and now what is that connection name and password, which I'll tell you. So let me open MySQL for that. So you can see here I've opened MySQL Workbench, which was already installed on my laptop. So you make sure that you have MySQL Workbench already installed, already logged in. So you can see here two connections are there, local instance MySQL 80, and then Pragya, by my name, I've created a connection. You can create a new connection from here. And then if you click on this, you will be prompted to enter a password, right? So you can keep whatever password you want. Now here, when I come to Visual Studio, here when you will click for the first time this database part, it is going to ask you to connect this VS Code to the database MySQL connection here. Okay, this one. So to connect, what you have to do, you have to fill few details. As that pop-up window is not displaying here because I have already connected, I'll just tell you what details you have to enter. You have to enter the connection name there and the password. Apart from that, you need not change any field there. Okay, need not alter anything, and just click on connect. So once you click on connect, all the database which you have created in that particular connection on MySQL Workbench will be shown over here. Okay, if you want to create a new database, you can click on this plus icon and create new database. If you want to select any one of the database, suppose I have selected this employees database. Okay, so these are the tables which I already have in my database, right? So I can use any of these. So you can see customers, employees, office, these are the tables. If I want to see what this customer table is all about, you can click on this dot and it will show you. So you can see here employees database, there are few entries here, and then there are these are the columns here. Similarly, you can go to the customers and you can see that as well. It's taking time to load. So once it loads, it can show. So you can see here customer name, customer number, contact, last name, and all these details are there, which has already been created. If you want to create new, you can do that as well. Now, our main motive here is to see how, GitHub Copilot is helping us to run MySQL queries. So for that, you can just go here in the query also. Okay, I've already created these two files. That's why it's showing here the name. Or you want to create a new file, you can just press Ctrl-Shift-P, the shortcut. This will be displayed. You can click here, notebook. So you can create or open a notebook. So if you open a notebook, it will create a new notebook if none is created, right? So I've clicked on that. So you can see this notebook is created here. You can write your queries over here as well. Or the another way is that you can click on this query option, and then here you can click on plus icon, right? So this new dialog box will come here. Here you can make or write which database you want to use, right? For example, use or you can just write any name here as well. The query file name, this is basically. Okay, so I can write, okay, start with. So this is just going to create this file. And now here you can write the queries now. So the first query is I have to specify which database I want to use. So I'm going to use here classic models. Okay. Now, you can see here automatically it is giving me some suggestion. So this suggestion here you can see is from GitHub Copilot. Okay. But if I want to use, well and good. If I don't want to use, then I can write my own query as well. So suppose I want to select, I'm writing a simple query to select everything from a table. Okay. So select star from, so it's showing me some output, right? But if I don't want to display everything from customers table, I want it from employees table. So if I write just this, it will show me an option, right? Star from employees where last name is something like this. But I don't want that also. I just want this much. Now you can execute it. You can see here the output, right? All the data which is there in the employees table is being demonstrated, right? Similarly, we can write, I'll write some complex query here. For example, let's write a query to join two tables. Okay. So if I write select customer name, so you can see here it's showing already customer number, customer name. So I'll click tab, but not select everything from, okay, from customers is fine. Where, so I have to join two tables, right? It's not giving me automatically here the suggestion, but if I would have written as a comment that I want to join these and these tables, it would have definitely given me the suggestion. But I want to show you that line by line how on the basis of the prompt or whatever text you have written, GitHub Copilot helps you. So where if you write here, or let's join the two tables, right? So it is inner join. So I just write inner. So you can see now it is giving me the suggestion, right? Inner joins on customer.customers and orders table automatically it is combining. If I want some other table to combine with, I can write that as well. Okay, let me just now hit enter for this. And you can execute. Okay, so it says that the customer number field is ambiguous, right? So you can see how clear suggestion is there for even the error. It means customer number should be either specified from which table I want it to be displayed, or I can just remove it for time being. Okay, let's execute the query. So you can see it has demonstrated only the customer name. If I would have written customers.customer name, it would have definitely displayed the result. Now, if suppose I want that query for calculating sum of all the orders for each customer, or maybe for, you can write any query here depending upon what is your requirement. So you can see it is, I've just written the simple English statement and it has demonstrated me the result. Select customer name, sum quantities ordered into price of each as total, displaying it as total from customers, inner join order on customers.customer number equals to orders.order number. Again, it's inner joining with order details because the details of order, like the price which we are calculating, is there in order detail table. Now, if you want to execute, you can execute, but you have to delete this line, okay, because it will throw error. So if I execute this, you can see here some name of total is being displayed here. For each customer, what is the quantity ordered, the total price for that is being displayed, right? So you can use aggregate functions, you can use inner joins, and without spending much of a time, you are able to run and execute queries. The various complex concepts like subqueries can also be executed with ease. If you want to create complex queries like creating a subquery, that also GitHub Copilot is going to help you with. Okay, I'll give you an example here. Suppose I want to create a subquery. So I'm writing select star from employees where employee number in select. So now you can see it is automatically complete that I want to write a subquery. It automatically understood, right? So the subquery by default it has written is that select reports to from employees where reports to is null, right? Meaning it's something like a self join, or it's referring to, I'm trying to fetch all those employees details who is reporting to someone from the employee set only, meaning the reports to is null. Tab and enter, right? And then you can execute it. So you can see it is executing the subquery successfully. So as I said that you need to know the concept, basic concept of any programming language or query language which you are using. And depending upon what you want to write, depending upon the prompts or the text which you have already written, GitHub Copilot is going to suggest you the next line of code or the complete program. We saw the various examples for SQL queries, MySQL queries, and also as a Java program. Now let us see how we can use ChatGPT in Visual Studio Code. And also I'll tell you something about GitHub Copilot Labs. Okay, so we are here at Visual Studio Code window. Now here, if I want to use ChatGPT, so till now maybe you would have used ChatGPT to get some useful information, and the version of ChatGPT which you might have used is 3 or 4, depending upon if you have a valid subscription of it or not. Now, how can you use the functionality of ChatGPT here in VS Code? So for that, again, you have to install. You just click on the extensions, and then here you have to click GitHub Copilot Chat. Okay, GitHub. You have to write here GitHub Copilot Chat. Okay, the very first option, if you see here, you have to install it again. As I've already installed, it's not showing me the option to install it, but if you haven't, you'll be asked to install it first. So install it. Again, you have to authorize this from your GitHub account. So once you have installed, you can go to this notification center and you can see that, it is asking here, a pop-up is there in the notification that you need to authorize this GitHub Copilot Chat. And so just have to click on that dialog box, which will appear. It will take you to your GitHub account and ask you to authorize there. So just click on authorize from there, right? Sometimes, like when I tried using GitHub Copilot Chat, what happens is that it added me to a queue and it said that they'll get back to me and notify on my email when I'm let in to use this chat feature. Okay, so it took around 24 hours for me that they came back sending an email saying that, you have been allowed to use this feature of GitHub Copilot Chat. So that might take time for you as well. That's the reason I've already installed and I'm just demonstrating you over here. So once you do this, installation and all the authorization part, you will see this icon over here. Okay, so this icon, this is the chat option. Okay, you have to click this. Earlier, this option won't be here, but once you have installed GitHub Copilot Chat, you can see. So here, you can ask anything related to the program. Okay, suppose I want to know why is main method used in Java. So just write your question and hit enter. It is just saying that the GitHub Copilot is thinking, and then it will write down its answer. Right? The main method is used in Java as the entry point for any Java program. It is the method that is executed when the program is run. The main method is where the program starts executing. This is this, and without a main method, a Java program cannot be run. So this is basically why I have asked is main method used, right? You can ask any such question which you don't know. So if you want to know what is collections in Java, you can ask. You can write questions related to any programming language. I'm just referring Java here because that's what we have talked about in this course. Okay, so you can see what the collection refers here, what are the different collection classes in Java. All these information is giving. So the ChatGPT feature, you can use it in VS Code using GitHub Copilot Chat. Okay, now let me also tell you about GitHub Copilot Labs. Okay, so what is GitHub Copilot Lab first of all? So GitHub Copilot Lab is your laboratory features, meaning if you want to play with your program, play with a piece of a code. For example, you want to test that code, or you want to convert that code into some other language, like you have written in Java, you want to convert it into C, or if you are not understanding what this piece of code is, please explain me. So all these kind of laboratory activities, if you want to do on a piece of code, you can do it using GitHub Copilot Lab. But that also is a plugin which you have to install. So you have to write here GitHub Copilot Lab. Okay, so you can see here GitHub Copilot Labs is the first option which is there. You have to click on install again. As I've already installed it, it's asking me to uninstall. So you do click on install, done. This will also ask you to authorize it from the GitHub account. So the same process, you need to authorize it. And once done, this option will be visible here. So before this small bare option was only here at the down taskbar, but now it will be visible over here. So this is about GitHub Copilot Lab. So you click on this icon. So you can see here, for any piece of code, you can understand why this is. So for example, suppose I am taking the example for the Java code which we have written. So, okay, I'll take another example which I have already written here. So this is a demo.java file where a program of exception handling is written. So public static void main try A5. If A is less than B, then it is throwing an exception, and then it is handling in catch by just printing a caught keyword. Right? Now, I want to run lab or use the features of GitHub Copilot Lab on this code. So you can see here the first option is explain. So if you want to understand certain piece of code which you're not understanding, for example, if I put this try catch statement, select this, okay, and so this is automatically displayed here in the explain below explain tab. The option is here. So you want to explain it, the code, you want what the code does, so you want to some example based on this code already. Existing code, you want some examples. So all these can be done here. So if I go to explain code and then you hit on ask Copilot, it is going to explain you. So you can see below, here's the result, the explanation for the code above. So each and every keyword and line what is being done will be explained here, right? You can see here all the explanation is done, what this class demo is doing, and then created in which the exception is thrown. So the correct explanation is given. Now, language translation. So this code is written in Java. Now you want to translate it into some other programming language. Like I want it to translate into Python. And I want to ask Copilot. So you can see here it has, converted into a Python code. Try catch, how is this exception handling done in Python? Correctly it is done, right? You want to convert it into some other programming language. See how many programming languages is there. You can do the same. But make sure you select only for those where it's possible. Like you cannot convert a MySQL query to a Java code, right? So, make sure you are intelligent enough there to decide. And then there are these brushes. You can fix bug, you can debug your code, you can clean or delete certain codes if you want. So all these options are there. Then there is the last option called test generation. So you can see here that test generation is currently supported only for JavaScript and TypeScript, because JavaScript was the language, the very first language on which this, GitHub Copilot was developed. And that's the reason it's only right now supported for this. But maybe in later future, it will come for other programming languages also. Then you can use test generation. So for a given particular piece of code, you can just click on this, suggest a new test, and it will generate a unit test for the given piece of code. So this was all about your GitHub Copilot Lab. So we talk about GitHub Copilot Chat, GitHub Copilot Lab, and a basic GitHub Copilot, how it is helping you to write an intelligent code.
Impressive work with GitHub Copilot. You have leveled up your coding game. Now, let's shift gears and explore the fascinating world of prompt engineering with Claude. While GitHub Copilot helps you with code, Claude specializes in generating text based on the prompts. Get ready to unleash your creativity in new ways as we delve into the realm of Claude.
Let's get started by understanding what are AI tools or AI assistants. Why it is given a name of AI assistant? Because they are going to assist us in completing some of the tasks. So there are certain AI tools or AI assistants which will even help you do the work, like scheduling a meeting for you, writing an email for you. So that's the reason they are called as AI assistant. They're going to assist you in completing a task, okay? Or AI tools. Now, AI is for artificial intelligence. So the name itself makes it very, very clear that they uses the concept of artificial intelligence. But what are the concepts that comprises artificial intelligence? So they comprises of the topics like neural network, fuzzy logic, and genetic programming. So these are the broad domains under artificial intelligence. But here, these AI tools are basically into neural networks. The different various basic, intermediate, and advanced concepts of neural networks are used in this AI assistant or AI tools. So what are they used for? They are used for completing a task, providing you information, or providing personalized recommendations. So providing information meaning you can ask or you can interact with these tools to extract any kind of information you're looking for. Okay, or completing a task, as I mentioned just now, that they'll help you in completing a task like writing an email, writing a report for you, or maybe scheduling a meeting for you, or even the tools like Alexa and Siri. You must have heard these very common names. So these are also some kind of an AI assistant tools, right? So these will also help you into doing the task of your home, like if they are integrated with the IoT devices, Internet of Things devices. They'll help you even to open and close the curtains of your house. They will help you in switching on and off the lights and fans of your house. So this is the meaning when I say that AI tools or AI assistants help you in completing a task. As I said, they uses the concept of artificial intelligence. Also, the concept of natural language processing is used. Why natural language is required? Because these tools interact with us, the humans, right? And we speak in a language, a natural language, which can be any XYZ language, Hindi, English, French, German, right? So these tools need to understand these human spoken languages, right? And there comes the need of natural language processing. So these two domains together helps in development of AI tools or AI assistants. Okay. Now, why are we using these? So we are using this because it increases the productivity, the convenience, ubiquity, and business intelligence. Now, productivity, because, for example, suppose earlier if a human takes to write a simple email, if suppose a person takes 10 minutes or 5 minutes, the AI tool or AI assistant is going to do it for you in just a minute, right? So hence the productivity will increase. There are certain AI tools using which you can develop a complete software or develop a complete mobile app in just few minutes, which a developer might take years and months to write. Okay, so that's how they increase the productivity. Convenience, because yes, it becomes convenient. Like as I said, the AI tools are integrated into IoT devices and they help you in doing the task of your house. And definitely that is more convenient to you. Ubiquity, because these AI tools or AI assistants are becoming part of the other IoT devices or other cross-platform devices they can be integrated into and is helping you in doing any task. Business intelligence. Now these AI assistants or AI tools, for example, the Claude which I'm going to talk about today. For example, you would have heard about ChatGPT. So these are utilizing data which is freely or publicly available, right? In the meanwhile, they are also collecting data from us. The more and more we are going to use those tools, the more and more data that is going to collect. And hence that data can be used for data analysis and going ahead business intelligence. So yeah, these are the major reasons why people and industry is focusing more towards AI assistants and AI tools. Now, it is also important for you to understand here that has these AI tools evolved all of a sudden, just a year or two back, or was the seed of it sown long back? So yeah, I'll talk about that right now. So all of these started in 1950. So you can see as old as 1950 when the Turing test was done by Alan Turing. He proposed a test where he checked the machine's ability to behave intelligently or to behave like human, right? So this all concept of AI started, or I can say AI tool started in 1950. Then the research went on, but the research progress was not very fast. It was on a slow pace. In 1950s and 60s, the research which was done was mainly on development of, the rules or set of rules on which you can fit into a computer system and it can then behave in turn, intelligently like human. So that was all about in 1950s and 60s. Key milestones happened when in 1970s and 80s when expert systems were developed. So these expert systems were developed that were, more efficient in behaving, intelligently or like humans compared to the earlier research. But even these had constraints like hardware constraints, that a particular hardware only can be used or can only be programmed in such a way that it can behave intelligently. There were certain set of rules which had to be fed into those computers, even in these expert systems. So yeah, they were utilized in certain domains, although the domains were very narrow that time, like they were used in financial systems, they were used in medical systems, but on a very smaller scale. major turnout came in 1990 when the concept of machine learning was utilized. So in machine learning is, layman terms, if I tell what machine learning is, you are making a machine learn something with the help of data, right? Like for a human, we teach a kid, right, to learn a language. Same way, we teach a computer with the help of the data which is already available to behave in a certain way. And once it is trained, the system behaves in that way, right? So that concept started in 1990s for the AI tools. Then the concept of deep learning came. So deep learning in 2000s, somewhere it started. And this was the major, major role player in the development of AI tools. Then going ahead from 2000, you can say the work or the research in these areas were fast, and it led to the development of many AI tools on a smaller scale and recently on a very larger scale. Current state, if I talk about AI assistants, then the widely used concept is GAN, which is a generative adversarial network. So in this, so the name is generative adversarial network. It means it generates the data on the basis of training data, right? So that is what GAN is. In different way, in different forms, or when I say different way, different forms, different models are developed on the concept of GAN. And then those models are used for training the systems, and with the help of that, different AI tools are being developed. So that's the whole idea behind the development of AI tools. The AI tools are integrated into our daily lives. Even the small tasks like scheduling a meeting in your calendar, notifying you for certain events. So these kind of small tasks are being taken care of AI tools. The examples are Siri, Alexa, Google Assistant, ChatGPT, many more such tools. Nowadays, every other day, some new AI tool is being developed on the concept of the AI and machine learning. When I talk about the key characteristics of AI assistants, what are those? The first one is abundant interaction. So these AI tools, we are able to interact with them. Like how you chat between two people or two friends, that's how you interact with these AI tools, right? We use the keywords like please, can you repeat this? I didn't get you. So these kind of statements are used, and it's very interactive when you interact with these AI tools. Second is voice recognition or human readable text inputs. So you interact with these AI tools in the language you prefer for, right? For example, the Claude tool, which we are going to discuss right now, supports 19 different languages, right? Including English, Hindi, German, French, and many more, okay? So that's one of the characteristics of AI tools. They even recognize voice. The human tone which we speak can be recognized by this AI tools. For example, Alexa, right? You interact with Alexa with your voice. That's also a kind of AI assistant. Third characteristic is evolving machine learning algorithms. As I already told you that these tools are based on machine learning concepts, and day by day these machine learning models are improving, and hence the underlying tools are also being improved. The last characteristics, if I talk about, and one of the most important one, is that contextual understanding or personalization. So even if you use the tools like ChatGPT, for example, if you are interacting with ChatGPT and you have started the conversation under certain topic, even if you don't mention that topic later on, ChatGPT will understand that, okay, you are talking about this topic or this domain itself, okay? For example, in Claude, if you interact with Claude and if you're extracting certain information and you have mentioned, suppose as a prompt that, I want information only in 3 lines or in a paragraph. So suppose this, requirement you gave 2-3 times. The 4th time, it will by default give you the information in 2-3 lines only, right? So that's a small example of personalization if I talk about, right? Or it understands the context in which you are trying to interact or extract information, or you're trying to complete a certain task using that AI tool. So these are the major key characteristics of AI assistants. Now, with the benefits, definitely comes the challenges as well. So what are the different challenges or limitations of AI assistant tools? The first one is privacy concerns. As I said, that when you interact with this AI tool, the data which you are sending is also publicly available. You are not aware that the data which you are giving to this AI tools are being utilized by whom, where, and how, right? So definitely the privacy concern is there. Next is the ethical consideration. Okay, one small example I'll give you to understand how, ethically these tools can be wrong sometimes. AI tools is used for interacting, right? For extracting information. So suppose you extracted certain information, it might provide you even wrong information. And if you acted on that wrong information, that can sometimes mislead a human or a person, right? And that becomes ethically wrong. So this is one example. Similarly, there are other ethical considerations that also comes into picture when the AI tools are considered. Dependence on data and connectivity. Definitely, as these AI tools are using internet, they need a proper network connectivity to be utilized. It's not available for users where there is no internet. And they are also dependent on data. These tools are trained on the certain models, right? And those models require the data. And these are the data which is freely publicly available on internet, right? This data might be wrong, might be right? But this is trained on that data itself. So the dependence of these tools are completely on those data which is freely publicly available. The last limitations, if I talk about, is misunderstanding user intent, right? So the AI assistants are not exactly humans, correct? They are tools, they are computers in a way. So you have to interact with that. They might sometimes mislead you when it comes to the user intention, right? As I said, they might give you wrong information, wrong input, or might not understand the context in which you are trying to extract the information. So that can be a challenge for using these AI assistants. So that's all we discussed about what are AI assistants, what are AI tools, what is the technology behind it, how they evolved from year 1950 till date, and then what are the different characteristics with challenges and limitations of AI assistants. Now let's talk about Claude. What is Claude? It's an AI conversational model. Conversational model meaning you can interact, you can communicate with this tool. Meaning you will be sending certain prompt or certain statements. It will respond you on the basis of what statement you have given it, right? So that is the conversational model. AI stands for artificial intelligence. The concept of Claude is based on the models of AI, that is the neural networks and deep learning models of artificial intelligence. Claude is developed by the company named Anthropic. Okay, the people who have formed or developed this Claude are the ex-employees of the company who developed ChatGPT. So the ChatGPT was developed by the companies OpenAI and GitHub and Microsoft, right? So the ex-employees of those companies are the people behind development of Claude, and that's one of the major reasons it is said that Claude can be the biggest competitor for ChatGPT. Although there are certain features which are better than ChatGPT, I'll talk about the difference between the two as well, because ChatGPT is the most talked about AI tool, right, when it comes to the content or when it comes to AI tools, right? And Claude is one of its biggest competitors, so it's important here to talk about the difference between the two. So I'll talk about that in a bit of time. But yeah, that's the reason why this is said as the biggest competitor for ChatGPT. So as I said, Claude is developed by Anthropic, right? The people from the company Anthropic. What are the different capabilities? What Claude can do? It has a natural language understanding. Natural language meaning you can communicate with Claude in your own language. That is English or Hindi or whatever is your language. You can communicate with Claude in that language. Initially, Claude was only available in UK and US, but now it is available in many countries. It supports 19 languages. It helps you in summarization and search, meaning you can perform the tasks like, suppose you have given a big text to Claude, okay? And if you want to summarize it, like suppose you have 20 pages or 30 pages research paper, or if you have a document which contains of like 10 pages of information, you don't have time to read all that 10 pages. You can provide that document to Claude and ask the Claude to provide you the summarization or the output in just few lines out of that big text. So that kind of task you can do with the help of Claude. You can search any information or any data on Claude. Okay. Another capability is you can do creative writing. Meaning if you want to develop a report, right? A final year student, suppose you're a final year student and you want to develop or write a complete report, you can make Claude do that for you. Next is coding. If you are a developer or a programmer, you want to write down a code or a program for any given problem statement. You can make Claude do that for you. Although the capabilities of, downloading that script file is not there, or it will not develop, or it will not give you the output then and there in the Claude interface. But yeah, it will write down a code for you. You can copy paste that code from there and paste it on your machine, depending on which programming language you are using. And then you can run it and make the code execute, right? So it will help you in writing down a code if you are a developer. Next is the pricing plan, which is one important criteria of using Claude. It is freely available. Although there is a pro plan of Claude, okay, the pro plan is because there are certain limitations with the open source or the openly available or freely available Claude version. That is that in a hour, the number of prompts is restricted, okay, and also Claude 2 API, like if you want to use the API of Claude, the second version, then you have to take the pro plan or you have to take the business plan of Claude. Okay, so there it's restricted, but majorly all the tasks which a Claude can do is freely or open source available to you. Okay, so that's one of the important aspects of Claude. The second major aspect is that it supports 75,000 words as prompts, right? So you can see the number of words in a prompt you can provide. So you can provide like 6-7 pages of prompt, right, which is restricted in other AI tools. If I talk about ChatGPT, there it's restricted, right? So here in Claude, you can provide as long as prompt you can design. Okay, so these are the capabilities of Claude. So I hope you got a basic idea what Claude is. It's a conversational model like ChatGPT itself. You can interact with Claude, sending it certain prompts, sending in certain information, so certain statements, and then getting back the response. It can do these tasks which I just now mentioned. It is developed by the company named Anthropic. Now, what is the benefit of using Claude? So the benefits of using Claude is not very much different than benefits of using any AI tool or AI assistant. It's somewhat the same. The first one is time saving. Definitely Claude is going to save you time with respect to writing any kind of a content or extracting any kind of information from a document, from a book, or from internet. Okay, one of the aspect of Claude is that it can surf the internet for you, right? Meaning if you want certain information that, okay, what happened in the month of October in year 2021, it will help provide you that. And the best benefit or the biggest aspect of Claude is that it has access to the data till 2023. Okay, even the recent data, like if you want to know what happened in the year 2023 in the month of July or in the month of August or in the month of January, it will fetch that data itself. So the data is up to date here till 2023. Next is improved efficiency. So definitely the work which you are doing, that is more efficient if you're doing it using Claude. The example which I gave was like writing an email. Like I'll also show you how efficient and nice email it writes. You might take a long time even to think in that way and write such a nice email. Okay, that's how it improves the efficiency. Enhanced user experience. So definitely you don't have to always interact with this AI tool or with Claude by physically interacting with the system. Definitely typing or using keyboard to provide prompt is one aspect. But there are other aspects also, like you can use voice control or you can just speak and interact with Claude, right? So that's how it improves or enhances the user experience. Next is data-driven insights. So yeah, Claude will also help you in extracting information that is based on data. Like as I said, what happened in the month of July 2022, if you want to get that information, it will provide you that as well. We'll see these examples, how these benefits are leveraged using Claude when we talk about the hands-on aspect of Claude. Now, to understand the technology behind Claude, as Claude is an AI tool, AI assistant, so definitely the technology behind Claude is same as the technology which is behind any AI tool. That is machine learning, natural language processing, right? So machine learning, as I said, is a concept where you make the machine learn on the basis of the available data. So there is a training data on the basis of which a machine is trained to behave in a certain way. And once it is trained, once it is efficient enough, it is allowed to be used on the fresh data. Natural language processing, as I said, the Claude is an AI assistant tool and it helps you interact in your human language, and hence the natural language processing is required. So natural language processing is a very broad term. So behind that, there can be the concepts of, genetic understanding, contextual understanding, semantic, analysis of the text. So these all are the smaller domains that together comprises or is behind this natural language processing. Okay. So let's also talk about how does Claude differ from other AI tools like ChatGPT. Okay. As I said, it is important to talk here because ChatGPT's biggest competitor is Claude. The key differences I'll talk about here. So ChatGPT is good when it comes to, you can upload the video, audio files as well. You can work on the audio, videos, files as well in ChatGPT. In one of its feature available called as advanced data analysis. But yeah, advanced data analysis is available in ChatGPT only if you take a plus plan. Okay, it's available in version of ChatGPT 4. In Claude, mostly everything is available free, whatever its capabilities, except that the API concept, you can use the API of Claude only in its pro version. Other aspect, ChatGPT has constraint on the length of the prompt. Okay, Claude doesn't have. If you paste a very long prompt in the Claude, chat box, then it is just going to summarize into a text document and give it to Claude tool. But in ChatGPT, you will get an error message saying that this long message or a prompt is not supported. Although that is very long, normally or generally, when we interact with ChatGPT, that long prompts are not required. But yeah, there is the limitation. The limitation in ChatGPT is of 12,000. In Claude, it is 75,000. So that's the difference. The other difference is that the Claude is able to serve the internet for you and get the data and extract the data from internet. But ChatGPT is not able to serve the data, and the data is available only till year 2021 for ChatGPT. And it is trained, the model is trained only till the year 2021. But in Claude, even the recent data till 2023 can be extracted. So these are the certain major differences between ChatGPT and Claude. When it comes to programming or as a developer, if I talk about the difference between the two, then there is not major difference. The only difference is that in ChatGPT Plus plan, you will be able to create a complete software then and there. It provides you the output. It will help you also to refine your code more better in a way. But in Claude, you will not be able to do those tasks. But yeah, it will also write you a code, a program, or develop a complete software for you and provide you the code then and there in any programming language. So that's all about understanding the technology behind Claude and also understanding the difference between the two biggest competitors of AI tool, that is ChatGPT and Claude. Now let's talk about how can we use prompt engineering concepts in Claude. Prompt engineering is a very wide aspect or a very wide domain. There are a lot of things to be understood there, but here I'll only talk about those aspects which will make you write an effective prompt when you're interacting with Claude. So what is prompt basically? In a very simple terms, if I say what is prompt, it's an input that you provide to any AI tool. So the prompt is the input that guides AI responses. Definitely you will provide those prompts, those inputs to AI tool, and it will provide you the response on the basis of what kind of input you have given or what kind of a prompt you have provided, right? So AI tool is not able to understand what is there in your head, right? What you are thinking. It will only understand what you have put it in the form of words or in the form of prompt. So it is very important to write a very good prompt if you want to effectively interact with Claude. Okay. Now, what is the basics of creating a prompt? The first one will be clear and specific language. You have to be very clear in what you are extracting, what you want, and the language should be very specific. No, there should not be any ambiguous terms like, I want the information of some product on smartphones. Not like that. It has to be very specific. You have to define the context and then the expectations, meaning a very clear input and output should be given. Context should be defined. Like suppose if you want to write an email, that email is to be written for an organization, for an NGO, for applying for a job as a as a student, or to a teacher. So what is the context? You have to specify that clearly. And what is your expectations? Like if you want the email to be written, do you want the email to be a formal letter or an informal email? Or you want it to be a very lengthier one specifying every single detail, or you want to be a very crisp and concise email. So what is your expectations has to be clearly specified to in the form of prompt to Claude. Ambiguous prompts can lead to unexpected result. So as I said, there should not be ambiguous terms like, I want some information about some smartphones under the range of 20,000. Not like this, some, and some, right? There should be specific, like this company's smartphones, I want information with respect to its, storage space, the size of it, the camera features of it, this way. Now, if I give you a tip for clarity in your prompts, the first one is specific input and output, right? You should specify clearly what is the input, what is the output you are expecting. You have to use explicit language. Example, suppose you have to ask for a summary of a book. To ask that, you have to specify which book you are referring to, who is the author of that book, okay? You want summary in how many words, how many points, how many pages, right? If you want to summarize the book, suppose in 2 pages, or you want to summarize it in just 1 line, or you want to summarize it in just 10 points, so that should be specified, right? Also, why you need that summary of a book? Are you a student? Are you a teacher? Or are you a developer? Why you want to summarize that book? What's the purpose behind it? That context should be set properly. And you should use the adjectives properly which you want in the form of your output. Like I want the summary to be concise. I want the summary to be effective. I want it to include certain keywords, like I want certain SEO optimized keywords to be used in that, should be reflected in that summary. So all these points, whatever you want, should be effectively mentioned in the form of prompts. So I hope it is clear that how you can apply the small concept of prompt engineering, which I talked about just now, when you are interacting with Claude. Okay, so once again, what are the tips for effective prompt? The first one is be concise. Now, as I said, you have to mention everything. What is input? What is the context? What is the output? Certain adjectives if you have to add if you want, in your output to have that features for. But at the same time, you have to be concise. You don't have to write like a whole story behind. To be very concise with what you expect from Claude. You have to use correct grammar and syntax. Now, although even if small spelling mistakes are there, the Claude is able to figure out or understand what you're exactly trying to talk about. But yeah, if you're using any syntax and trying to get information from Claude, then make sure the syntax is correct when it comes to programming, okay? Avoid leading or biased language, okay? So the biased language should not be used. For example, what are the key features of this product, right? You're talking about key features, okay? This product, this is not referring to anything, right? So what product are you exactly talking about should be specified here. In what context you are looking for? Are you looking to buy that product, or you are looking for, teaching someone about that product, or if you are trying to give a review of that product, so that context should be set. Those are the concepts of prompt engineering which you have to keep in mind while interacting with Claude. Now let's get started with the hands-on part of Claude. Okay, meaning I'll be demonstrating you how you can make use of Claude for different set of tasks. Okay, but before that you have to install Claude, or maybe you have to understand how to make use of Claude. So let me tell you here that you don't need to install anything on your laptop or a computer. It's a web-based interface. You just have to log into the account and make use of Claude. So you just have to go on Google and type Claude. You can see the very first link from Anthropic. So this is a symbol of Anthropic, the company behind Claude, who formed the Claude, okay? So you can click on this link. So you can see here, it took you to a page where it says talk to Claude. You have to enter the email address and continue with email, or you can continue with Google if you have already logged in. You can see here Claude for Business, and then Constitutional AI is another thing. So Claude for Business is mainly for using APIs, Claude 2 APIs, if you want to make use of it. So it is available in the Pro plan of Claude 2, right? Free version is available from here. So you can continue with email here, or you can continue with Google. So I have already logged in, so I will not be using this. Continue with Google, and I'll be using my account here. And yes, it has taken me to my dashboard. Okay, so this is the welcome screen where which you will get once you log into it. But if you are a new user, I'll show you in that case also what should be done. So I'll log out from here. You can enter the email address here. Suppose if I enter email address, okay, so you continue with email. You will get a login code to your email ID. So yeah, the login code was sent to my email ID, which was logged into my phone. So I'll enter that. Okay, so after that, you will be getting this page where you have to enter the full name, your name you can write. Okay, so my name I'm writing here, Pragya. You have to agree to this and you have to be at least 18 years old to make use of this. Then click on continue. You have to also enter your phone number and get verified there. Okay. So yeah, the verification code was sent to my mobile. So you have to enter that, verify the code, and then you're all set to get started. Next. So these are few information that will be given to you. It may display incorrect or harmful information. It is not intended to give professional advice, including legal, financial, and medical advice. Do not rely on Claude without doing your own independent research. So this is what I was talking about, ethical consideration, right? So this is one of the limitation here. Do not make use of Claude for any kind of medical advice or any kind of legal or financial advice, because there are chances that the Claude can give you incorrect result as it is trained on freely available data on internet. Okay. Okay, so these are again few things which you have to related to privacy policy and all, which you have to accept. Also, there are certain notifications from Claude here that we may change the users limit, functionality or policies as we learn more about how people use Claude. So there is already users limit here. Per hour you can only use these many prompts. There are like dislike buttons for the responses which are being sent or generated with you using Claude. You can like or dislike them, or you can send them the feedback. So this is there. Then click on finish and then here you are. Okay. So you can start a new chat here, or all the chats which you will be doing with the Claude will appear over here. Okay. As of now, this is the new account which just now I have created. So there is no history related to prompts or uses of Claude. That's the reason nothing is given. Although try these are given. That's a example, like summarize this PDF document, help me practice my Spanish vocabulary, explain how this Python game works. So yeah, these kind of single line prompts also can be given to Claude and you can get the response. You can see here, you want to go to Claude Pro feature. You can unlock more with Claude Pro. If you click on that, it will take you to the billing aspects of it. And it will tell you what all benefits it has. So you can level up your Claude users, priority access during high traffic periods, switch between different versions of Claude, early access to new feature. So yeah, Claude earlier version was 1.3, 1.2, and then the 2 version, and then there were certain more versions before that as well. So if you want to switch between the versions, then you can do when you have a pro plan of Claude. If you go to subscribe now, it will take you to the billing aspects of it. So you can see here, Claude Pro is $20 per month plus taxes. So if you are, you feel that you have requirement of it, which majorly the difference is that until unless you are very much making use of Claude for like in an hour you need a very high interaction with Claude. Lot more prompts have to be given. When I talk about number of prompts has to be given, then you can go to Pro plan. Else if you are having certain limited number of prompts per hour to be given to Claude, then it's okay to be use the free version of Claude itself. And second aspect here, if you want to use the API, Claude 2 API, then you have to take this plan. Else you can go with the free version of Claude itself. Okay, so I'm not going to subscribe it over here. We'll cancel it. Go to our page here. Okay, so you can see here there is an attachment button. Okay, so it says that you can add the content, you can load the files. So maximum 5 files. So multiple selection facility is also there in Claude, which is not there to remember in ChatGPT. Multiple files cannot be selected one by one. You have to select the files. So 5 maximum files you can select. 10 MB each should be the size of the file. It accepts PDF, text, CSV. So you can see all these, document kind of the text or the code documents can only be uploaded, not the audio or video files. Okay. You have to click here, start a new chat and get started with Claude. So Claude by Anthropic. This is how you will install Claude and get started. Before going ahead and interacting with Claude, let me tell you what all tasks we are going to do using Claude. So we'll be talking about how to generate a course structure, then summarize a document, create a report format, write an email, do a market research, generate a MOM, and write some software codes in programming languages like Python and Java. So let's go to Claude interface and get started. So the first prompt which I'm going to give to Claude is that I want to generate a course structure for a course or a subject database management system. Okay. And suppose I am a teacher or faculty who is going to teach this subject database management system to the students of BTech second year, and I want to cover this subject in 50 lectures. So all these is my requirement, right? I have to put all these requirements in the form as an input or in the form of prompt for Claude. So let's write the prompt. Generate an elaborate course structure for the subject database management system for a student of BTech second year. Okay, this was my requirement. What else is the requirement? Okay, the course structure should cover all the aspects of the subject so that a learner can work efficiently in the real world on database. Okay, this is the main motive, main aim why I'm teaching the subject, right, as a instructor. What else? So also I want to complete this course in 50 lectures. So the course should be completed in 50 lectures. Okay. So you can see the prompt here. It has to be very elaborate, at the same time concise and very effective. Okay, so let's give this prompt and see. So you can see that the speed by which the Claude is generating response is not very slow. You don't have to wait much, like in, for example, if you have used Google Bard, there the speed of response generation is very slow. You have to wait for some time. This is equivalent to ChatGPT's paid version, although the free version of ChatGPT is more faster than this. But yeah, so you can see how beautifully it has generated a course structure for the subject database management system. So here it says, here's a proposed structure for this: introduction, 2 lectures, then it is also divided into number of lectures each topic should take to cover, like data modeling, SQL, database design and all. So even the advanced concepts are covered because I have asked that the course should be enough for a person to work in real world on database. So yeah, it has taken all the advanced concepts into consideration. Also the programming aspect of database, like how you can connect to these and all, is also important when you're working in real world, right? So all that is there, query processing and optimization. So yeah, Claude has clearly understood the context which I have set up for it and has given me the response accordingly, right? So this is how you can generate the responses. The first example we saw. So the next one which we are going to see is that we are going to summarize a document. So for that, I'll be uploading a research article just downloaded from internet, which was freely available. The research document is on digital image processing. So I'll just upload that here. The size constraint is there that 10 MB it should be, right? And it should not be more than 10 MB. So yeah, this is the paper. Okay, I'm not giving any prompt or any input. Let's see what Claude does to this. Okay. So you can see here is an edited and formatted version of the research paper. This is a research on digital image processing technology and its applications by this person. Okay. Okay, it is providing me the complete details of the paper, right? Okay, let it do its task. Till then, I'm writing the next prompt that I want to summarize this document. Okay, so we can use the polite words, right? It is more interactive in that way if you use certain polite words like please, kindly and all that. So I'll use please provide summary for the document uploaded above in just 10 points. In just 10 points. Okay, so this is what it has done. It has read out the complete paper, but not completely, but in a concise way or in a summary way is what it has read. Right? Picking few aspects under each subheadings, I feel. Okay, so what I want is provide a summary for the document. So document uploaded above in just 10 points. Okay. Let's see what response is being generated. So yeah, here's a 10-point summary of the research paper which was uploaded. So this can be any document. Just I have taken an example, randomly picked any research paper. So you can see 10 points it has given, which is covering everything which is there in the paper. Yeah. If you want to know, summarize the document in just a line, in just one line. So you can see in a single line also it can summarize that huge 7 to 8 pages of a PDF or a document. Okay, so this is what is its summary or the output. Right, so this is how you can summarize any document. Next, let's see the MOM can be generated or not. So for that I have a meeting transcript. I'll upload that meeting transcript here. Okay, and then we can say here that can you please generate a MOM for the attached meeting transcript. Writing MOM is a task, right? Whenever there's a meeting, the people who are working might relate to this. So if you have a meeting transcript, a roughly written document or a meeting transcript as a whole, you can give that to Claude and ask it to create an MOM for it. So you can see the date, time, location, a proper format has been followed for creating an MOM. Who are the attendees, and then what's the agenda, and then what are the key discussion points, and what should be the action items. Right? This is how a proper format of MOM should be, right? And that's what it has followed. So we saw a few of the aspects how we can interact with Claude. We'll explore some more benefits of Claude and some more prompts how Claude responds to that. Okay, now let's see some more ways how you can interact with Claude. So we have seen 3 or 4 aspects, right? Now we'll talk about how we can make use of Claude for writing an email for us. Okay, so the context is that I have to write a email for applying for a sick leave, okay, for 2 days. And you have to also tell Claude that you're working as a maybe developer in a XYZ company or maybe in any IT company, and I want to apply for sick leave for 2 days because I'm down with cold and cough. Okay, so let's give this prompt and see how good email is written by Claude. Okay, all the inputs is given. Fine, let's see how it generates an email. So yeah, you can see how effective and an efficient email for sick leave application was written by Claude. To write this effective email, you might need at least 5 minutes, but this did it in less than a minute, right? So yeah, the subject, dear the manager name, and that I'm writing to inform you that I'm on sick leave this from date this to this date. I've been suffering from cold and cough, condition has worsened, and also see how nicely it has framed the situation, medical situation. I plan to use this time to rest properly so that I can recover and I'll respond back. So yeah, even the nice finishing lines for an email is given. Okay, so please let me know if you need any additional information about this leave application. I apologize for the short notice and inconvenience. Okay, so regards Anyoni. So this is a very effective and efficient email, right, written by Claude. So as I have already mentioned that if you want to write if you are working with content writing and also for creative writing, you can use Claude. So if you want to generate a report format, okay, for example, can you please provide me a report format? The report is for the final year project of an engineering college. Okay, so you want a report format for writing your final year project of an engineering college. Okay, so this is the prompt which you have written. Although the prompt is very small, you can elaborate it again according to your requirements more. So let's see with this prompt, is Claude able to generate a format for me or not? So yes, you can see there should be a title page with these names, right? It's correct. Title of this is how we prepare, correct? Student name, enrollment number. The example this I took because most of you will be able to relate to it, right? Most of you would have prepared the report for your final year project, or those who are still in the BTech might prepare, right? So there should be certificate, then the acknowledgements, then abstract, table of content, list of figures, list of tables, literature review. So you can see even pointers like the subsystems. Under system design and implementation, what all should come under result and analysis, future work, references, appendices, all that is included. So this is the perfect report format generated. Similarly, you can generate a report format for any kind of a report which you are looking for to prepare. Either it's a financial report, medical report, or SRS document when it comes to software development, or what should be the format of a design document if you at all you want. So all these report formats can be generated using Claude. Okay, so now let's see the last prompt which you are going to give to Claude, that is for doing a market research. Okay, so we'll be doing a market research on a product iPhone 15, and we'll also try to find out what is the current uses pattern of it. Okay, so I'll give a prompt. Can you do a market research on the product iPhone 15? Okay, also give me the latest uses pattern for iPhone 15. So this is how you can see the response has been generated by Claude. Okay, so it has given me the market research, like even the recent data is collected and given in the response. Okay, so key markets like this, the worldwide, what is the market aspects, as I have not mentioned that I want the market research only in specified country, India or anywhere. That's the reason it has given me worldwide. And also users pattern I have asked, right? So you can see the weather and map apps users have spiked. So all these information, gaming adoption rising as the A16 Bionic enables immersive graphics and experiences. So all that has been considered in the latest iPhone model, that is iPhone 15. Also, it has summarized that strong performance aided by aspirational brand image and key feature additions like satellite connectivity is the advantage, although pricing and competition remains the disadvantage. So this is how Claude generates the responses based on what prompt you have given. Now lastly, let's see how Claude generates a software code for you. So if I want that, can you write a Python program for a tic-tac-toe game? So it is going to write you a program. Okay, but it will not provide you any downloadable link or anything of that sort, which was available in ChatGPT, right, 4 version. But it will write you a correct code. And if you will give the same prompt in other AI tools, it will also, like other AI tools, when I meant it is ChatGPT, it will generate almost the same code, meaning that Claude also generates the most optimized code for you, but it might be that sometimes it doesn't. In that case, you can further give it a prompt to optimize the code. So you can make the conversation interactive. As here, I have not made it interactive, except for the case of when we uploaded a PDF document where we summarized it first in 10 points, then in 1 point, and so on. But if you want certain additions and certain things to be removed in the response which has been generated by Claude, you can do it that as well. It is a chat feature. You can interact with Claude like how you interact with any other human. Okay, so you can see this has generated a program for a tic-tac-toe game. Okay, still generating. So here is the 2-player game. Okay, one is you and one is, it is assuming to be a computer. So you can just copy the code from here and see if it runs or not. Okay, so you can copy it from here and you can paste it in the IDE or like this is a Python game, right? So Python code. So you can paste it in any Python IDE and make use of it or execute it. Similarly, if you want some program to be written in Java programming language, you can give it a prompt accordingly as well. So this is how we talked about how we can interact with Claude by understanding how we can give prompt for different aspects like generating a code structure, summarizing a document for a report, market research, generating an MOM, and also writing a software code in Python. Now let's talk about Claude 2 API. So Claude 2 API is available only for business users and it's not freely available. You have to take the pricing plan or the pro plan of Claude 2 and then only you can leverage the feature of Claude 2 API. Although I'm going to talk about here the steps which is required, what you have to follow, how you can write a program and make use of the API for your own use. Okay. So Claude 2 API is being offered to business customers at a pricing plan, as I already told you. You can use it through Web API as well as Python and TypeScript clients. Fine. I'll demonstrate you a program here, how you can write it and leverage the benefit of Claude 2 API for Python. But before that, if you are not a business customer of Claude 2, you can also make use of it, but only selected customers are given the benefit of it. Okay. So this is the link here which is provided, right? If you click on this, so once you click on that, you will be reached on this web URL, that is www.anthropic.com early access. So Claude API access. Thank you for your interest in Anthropic's language model. Our API is currently being offered to a limited set of users. We hope to expand access in the future. For that, you have to fill out the form here, which is mentioned below. Okay. But the form, the email which you are filling here should be your company or organization email address. Okay. Fill the details, submit the form. Okay. Once you submit it, on the email ID which you have mentioned, they will provide you the link to access the Claude API. Okay. And that will be an access to the console. Okay. So once you click on that link, which will be sent to your email, you will be having access to the console of Claude. Okay. And there you can make use of the benefits of Claude API. Although when I applied here, this has been like a month. I have not got the response back from Claude. Maybe the number of users whom the access has to be provided is already filled, or I have no idea what's the reason behind this. But yeah, the access is not yet granted. But yeah, if you are in immediate need of Claude 2 API benefits, then you can take the pricing plan of business customer and then you can make use of it directly. Okay, so once this is done, as I said, you will get an email. You have to click on that link and go to the Claude API console. After that, what steps have to be followed? Let's understand that. So once you have reached to the Claude API console, you have to generate the API key. That you can do it by going to settings. I'm not able to show you the hands-on here, but the steps I'll make you very clear so that if you are a business customer, you can make use of it. Okay. So going to the settings, the user settings, you can generate the API key from there. Okay, that API key is what you're going to use it in your program later on. Okay, so make sure you to generate this API key. Then you can write the program. The program which you're going to write will have these 5 steps. The first is you have to import all the required modules. Okay, the modules so you can see here, this is the code. Okay, I'll be talking about the steps and also explaining you the code side by side. So you have to import all the required modules like Anthropic. From Anthropic, you have to import Anthropic. human underscore prompt, AI underscore prompt. Okay, this is for understanding human prompts and this is for generating AI response. Okay, so these are the modules which you have to import. You have to also import OS module. After importing all the required modules, you have to initialize the client using the API key. Okay, so you have to create an Anthropic client. Okay, that client is what you have to use, or you can say it's a kind of an object or a variable which you will be using in the entire program to generate the response. Okay, so you have to initialize that client using the API key. Make sure you have generated the API key because that is what is being used over here. Let's see in the program. So here you can see in this line of code, this step, you have to generate, you have to use the generated API key, and that is the key here. Okay, this is double quotes. I have written Anthropic underscore API underscore key, right? You don't have to write this here, but you have to write the key which will be generated once you have been given the access of Claude 2 API. Okay, once you have generated by going into the settings, the API key, that API key has to be used over here. And then you have to create this client. So this is the variable, you can give any name to this. I've given a underscore client equals to Anthropic. This is the name of the class, you can say, or the module name. And inside this, API underscore key equals to OS module dot environ. It's not environment or anything. The spelling is this only, ENVIRON, okay. And in the square brackets, you have to provide the key. So this is how you will create a Anthropic client. The next step is that you have to now generate a response by providing a model name, maximum tokens and prompt. So you have to also specify what is the maximum token. Token is also something which you provide input like in the prompts. Okay. And what's the model name? So all that is what you have to provide information in the next step. So in the program, if we see, you can see here. So C1, this is a variable or object. Anthropic.completions.create, and in the in the round bracket, you have to provide the model name, the maximum tokens and the prompt. So model is Claude 2. This is fixed. Okay, you cannot change that. The model will always be Claude-2. Maximum tokens you can change, give it whatever you want. So 300 is what I have given the value here. Now the prompt. Make sure these keywords are the same, model, maximum underscore tokens and prompt. Okay, these are not to be changed. Prompt should be provided here, human prompt, and then write the prompt which you have to provide as an input to get the response from the Claude. Okay, and then write AI prompt here. So this is the actual statement or input prompt. I have written here how to write an email using Gmail account. Okay, this is a one-line single prompt I have given. Although this prompt is not very good or very effective, but just for an example, I have put it over here. Okay, and then you have to print whatever is the response you will get. So print completion.ci. Ci is this object which I am referring. That was the last step. So you have to print the response. Before that, your prompt usually has human prompt and AI prompt, right? We saw in the code right now, correct? Human prompt and AI prompt, right? And then lastly, you have to print the response. So these are the steps which you have to follow when you are making use of Claude 2 API in Python. Okay, and this is the program. The program is very small, very effective. Just few lines of code and you will be able to use Claude 2 API in Python. So I have not demonstrated you the exact hands-on session there because as I said, the early access request has not yet been fulfilled by Anthropic to me. But yeah, if it does for you, you can write the same program there and check how you can use the benefits of Claude 2 API.
Now that you have mastered the art of prompt engineering with Claude, it's time to explore the broader horizons of generative AI with Gemini. While Claude excels in text generation, Gemini offers a myriad of creative possibilities beyond. Get ready to be inspired and amazed by the capabilities of Google Gemini as we continue our journey through the world of generative AI.
Now, let's start learning about an early experiment with generative AI, Google Bard. The first topic says Introduction to Bard. So let's understand what is Bard all about. Conversational AI can mimic certain human interpretations, emotions, response, and many other answers to the questions asked by the users, right? So that is why we try to converse with the AI. It might be chatbot, it might be any other machine oriented or machine related application. It uses machine learning and artificial intelligence as its foundation. Also, the natural language processing will happen internally, right? Then we have frequently used certain examples. We can just say that we have used chatbot, we have used virtual assistants, we have used ChatGPT, and now is the time of Bard. So these are the examples of the conversational AI which we'll be using, right? So Bard is built using Lambda, right? Lambda is one of the type of LLM that is available in Google, large language model. We call it as LLM, right? So it will engage the users with a conversation just like you're talking to another human being. It tries to sense the emotion and the answers to the questions which the user will ask the bot or the Bard or any kind of conversational AI application. So Bard is a language model that Google has created. Like, it will help the computers to interpret better and process human language. Generally, while we talk, we don't have certain grammar, right? We'll just talk just like that to another human being. The same way, it will sense what is the emotion, what is the reason, and what is the intention of asking the question to the machine is interpreted with the help of conversational AI Bard, right? So the foundation of this model lies in the transformer architecture, which was introduced by Vaswani in 2017 as a deep learning model, right? Then this architecture is created to process data sequences such as phrases or paragraphs in parallel and extremely with good interaction between generative AI, right? So this is the overall picture of Bard which we can go through. Generally, we can say Google is the owner of Bard and they are still creating it, right? They have just given the version 1 to the users. So we'll explore that version now. It is not completely developed application. The experiment is going on upon the feedbacks of the customer. But this is the overall picture and introduction towards the Bard. The next topic is why the name Bard. There is a meaning for every name that is chosen or kept by the company, right? So let's quickly understand why. It is very much related to the English literature and it is related to William Shakespeare as well. The name Bard used by the Google stands means poet, right? So the name contains a Greek root which suits Google's convention of names. There are certain rules and regulations that Google is following in order to name its products, right? In the same way, it is also associated with the English literature here. So the name Bard. And there is one more fact you have to consider. If people are following Dungeons and Dragons, there is a character Bard in that particular play as well, right? So this is the history about why the name Bard. Now let's check out the next topic, that is features of Bard. So chatbots are technically a man-made element, right? Whatever we do, it cannot converse just like people does. It does not have certain emotional connections. We cannot force fit it, but still we are trying to achieve at least the nearest point to be sensible, emotionally answer and give a proper reply to the questions asked. Then we have certain features in Bard as well, right? It will try to accomplish few things. Let's see what are the features it is having, right? The first thing is accepting voice input. If you don't want to type, if you want to just talk, you can just go to the interface, press on the mic button and start giving the instructions. Just you talk to the mobile phone applications or Alexa or Siri or any other Google product which you use, right? So the next thing, exporting generated text directly to a variety of formats. You have 2 formats presently. Let's check out what are those when we go to the interface exploration. You can just export the answer in these formats. The third one, it says generating summaries of web pages. If you want to give certain URL, https so and so abcd.com, for example, right? It will give you the gist of what is this website all about, what it is serving. You need not scroll through as well. It will give you a overall summary or related to that particular URL which you have posted in Bard, right? That is one of the feature as well. Then it says providing multiple drafts of its responses. Say, if you're not okay with the first response which you have received for your question, again you can ask why not this can be changed or anything else. It will prompt you multiple drafts and you can choose the relative one, right? Next, explaining code. Say for example, you paste certain code maybe in Python, C++, C or any language for the matter. It will explain what is happening in that particular code. The logic will be explained, right? So suggesting Google searches. Even after asking the question, it will give certain answer with related Google searches link. You can directly check on that particular link if you want more information about the question which you have asked for. Next, you have planning trips. So what is this planning trips? If you just ask a question that where you want to reach the destination. For example, you are visiting North India. You say, for example, you're going for a trip to Ladakh, right? What happens there? You can just ask the Bard, right? What is the trip plan for Ladakh? It will give you all the possible ways how you reach Ladakh, what you do, what are the sightseeing places, everything. So these things we'll explore when we go to the interface of the Bard, right? Gathering data from online comments and customer feedback. As I told you, BART is not completely developed. It is just in an experimental process, right? So what you have to do is you have to wait for the fully developed version. For now, it is just version 1, we can say. How it is being improved? It is being improved with the help of the customer feedback. There is an open statement written in the interface itself. If you want to give certain feedback, you can write to them, right? They'll try to incorporate if it is relevant. Right? It is learning. The machine is completely learning with the help of the inputs, feedbacks, and information that is being given by the users. Right? So these are the features of BARD. Now let's see how does BARD interface look. Let's quickly switch to the interface now. So this is how BARD interface will look. It's almost resembling the normal ChatGPT interface as well. But there are few differences here also. Let's explore the interface one by one. The first thing, it says the logo here in the top left corner and it is showing experiment. That means they are not given a fully developed application to the users. It is an experiment that is going on. This is version 1. That is the indication of this particular name, experiment. So this we call it as main menu. If you want to retract, you can retract this. If you want to just put it back, you can put it back. Then you have reset chat. It is in a non-clickable format. Why? Because we have not worked on anything for now. It is a new BARD, right? And one more thing you have to notice, BARD for now is available only for the personal Gmail accounts. It is not available for any of the other extensions of your office or college or any further matter, right? So you have to have gmail.com as the ending of your email ID. That is when you can use BARD. Now, let's see BARD activity. If you check on BARD activity, it will open a tab. It will give you certain information here. Say, as it is a new interface, it is trying to give us the walkthrough with the help of these recommendations here. You can add more security if you want to. For now, I don't want to manage any security purpose, so I am dismissing this. So it says auto delete, just like your history, right? How you browse and how you delete your history in Google Chrome, the same way you have the option here, that is activity. Right? What all did you search for? What are the questions you asked? What time? Everything will be displayed here, right? So some activities which we have done here is been listed already in the same account. It's been 2 to 3 days as well. Today information which is available, the latest as well, everything is provided here. Let's go back to the next option. It says FAQ. That means we are again having certain questions already put up ready-made with the answers for that. Also certain links are present here for more exploration of what you want to learn about, right? So these are the questions available for now in FAQ section. Next, you have updates. So In updates, it is telling what is the version, what is the date, what are the experiments they have done, what are the updates they have given. Everything in the concise way it has been put up here with the respect to the dates as well. Next, you have help. If you want any kind of help, just like any other applications, you can search, you can find it. If you don't find it, you can report your personal problem which you are facing in between the application and you, right? You can mention that in the report a problem column and you can send it to Google. They will get back to you, right? So these are the major menus available in Bard. If you could see, there is one menu here. It says use dark theme. So if you click, it will just change the color of this particular interface. So I prefer keeping it a very light. So I'm using the light theme. People who prefer dark theme, they can just take this particular option, right? Then you can see a prompt appear here. That means you can enter any questions you want, any queries you have, any conversation you want to start with the Bard. So as I told you, one of the feature of Bard is you can just use a microphone, click on this, start speaking to the system or your phone or your computer. Yes, Bard is available on the mobile phones as well, right? It is not only restricted towards computers, laptops, or any other broader, bigger systems. It's also available in your pockets, in your mobiles. So you can use this particular recording option and ask your question. It will type right away the way you speak, right? So once you do that, you can click on the send. We can just say it as send button only. Generally, we do that, or submit button also. So this is the overall picture of the Bard interface available for now. The latest version, the early version. Now, let's just check out with the sample prompt. How does a trip planning will go on in Bard, as we discussed before, right? Plan trip for Delhi, right? So you can give a prompt called plan trip for Delhi. It will try to give you the answers relevant to this. That means it will try and give you certain options. How do you plan for the trip? Say day 1, what you can do, day 2, day 3, day 4, day 5. So it will give you all the available options. So arrive at Indira Gandhi Airport and take a taxi, and where you have to check into the hotel and go walk around Chandini Chowk. It is giving you every step and planning for your trip, right? This is one of the feature available. And once you give this particular prompt, there is certain answer which is available here. After going through all this, you have to also see good response. Just give a simple feedback to the system to learn, for the people to develop good, right? So good response, it's just like button, dislike button, and export response. It is one of the feature which I already discussed. This particular answer which is provided by Bard, if you want to export, send, what are the options you have? If you click on this, there are two different options as I told you. It is export to a document or draft in a mail and send it to yourself or somebody you want to share with too, right? So again, no, I'm not satisfied with this particular answer given by the Bard. What you do is you just Google it. Any related searches, if you want to Google, it will give you an option here. The search engine is inside the Bard. It is accumulated inside the Bard. This is one of the feature, right? Google Chrome is inside Google Bard. So that's how it will work, right? So this is a major walkthrough of how does the Bard interface look like. After understanding how does the Bard interface look like, let's check out a few of the prompts which we can communicate to the Bard from the user word to the machine word, right? So here I'll be covering few of the prompts across the domains like technical, data, artificial intelligence, management, general, bits, etc. Right? The first thing what I'll be talking upon is swapping two numbers using C++ programming. There are 7 different types, increasing the difficulty level. What is the 7 types? I'm talking about the logic, right? There are different logic you can implement in order to solve certain problem statement in any of the programming language. So what I'll do is I'll try and test what all the logic the Google Bard can give us as and when we start asking the questions to it to swap two numbers using C++. The next thing what we'll be speaking is regarding the domain data, right? So steps and code to pre-process numerical data. So first we'll start with what are the steps required for pre-processing numerical data and understand with the Python code. We'll just ask, write a Python code in order to pre-process the numerical data, right? Then we have management domain. In this domain, we'll be talking about the human resource branch and also the marketing branch. Before that, we'll also talk about artificial intelligence, that is audio separation. Say, for example, there are 3 audios merged in one single audio file, and how do you separate it? Also, the code for the particular problem statement of audio separation. At last, we'll also talk about a general email writing for a lead generation. How do you do that? And with certain constraints, we'll give certain constraints like it should not go beyond 200 words, it should be very professional and many other things, right? So why wait? Let's quickly switch on to the interface of BARD and start exploring with the prompts across the domains listed. So we had this previous example which has been given. So let me use this particular button called reset chat. This menu, if you just click on that, it will ask, do you want to reset? Yes, I want to clear the screen. So I am resetting this. It says it is empty now. So let's address the first prompt. What was our first domain? Technical domain. So I am solving a problem statement, that is swapping two numbers using C++ and various logic applicable, right? So let me quickly write down the problem statement, swapping two numbers using C++ program, right? If I enter or press the submit button, right, what it says, let's see. It is taking certain time to process, but yes, we'll be getting the answer very earlier. So it is swapping two numbers with the help of C++ program. It is also giving us the explanation what is happening and giving the output as well, a sample output, and from where it has been taken. The sources is also mentioned. It is one of the GitHub account, says Raj Speaks. It's 2021. It is having certain address. And if you want to explore more as well, it is giving, if you want to Google it, these are the options you have to Google. So let me check out a simple logic behind this using a temporary variable. Say this is the first logic it is giving us. In order to swap two numbers, we have to use a temporary variable. So let me give another question to the prompt stating another logic to swap two numbers using C++. So let me see what is another logic it can provide. Takes some time. And the second logic is here. It is telling using arithmetic operators, right? It is not ending here. Every problem statement has two or more way of solving it, right? It is not restricted to one type. Every human being will not think alike for one single problem statement. Every brain is built different. Every logic is different. So let's explore more on this. So the first thing was temporary variable. The second logic was using arithmetic operators. So what do I do now is again, I'll just try and copy this, any other logic, another logic to swap two numbers using C++. Let's see what is the third logic the prompt will provide us. Okay, it is saying using bitwise operators. See, you have various level of logic in order to solve a problem statement. The first one was using temporary variable. The second one was using arithmetic operator. The third time when I asked, it is giving us using bitwise operators. Let me check for the fourth time what is another logic you have in order to swap two numbers using C++. Hopefully, it should give a unique one. Yes. See, it is saying using call by reference. Again, let me give one more prompt asking for different logic yet again. So, it is using the built-in function std swap, right? say these are the various logics you can apply, you can ask, you can understand more and more, explore the particular problem statement having a different set of logic but the same solution or the end result. So, can we swap two numbers using recursion in C++? Again, so this is my next question I want to explore. If you try to explore more and more, the logic will be having different opinions and the answers. Let's see what is the answer which we get from Bard. It is taking certain time to just process the prompt which we have given. Yes, we can swap two numbers using recursion in C++. So here is the example, this is the code, this is the explanation, and also there is a code snippet with an output. Right? So this is how you converse with respect to a technical aspect with the prompt or Google Bard. Now, after exploring technical aspect, the domain, let's go to the next domain, that is data. Right? Steps involved to pre-process a numerical data. What are the different steps it will follow? This question will be asked to Google Bard, steps to pre-process numerical data. Let's quickly submit this prompt and check what is the reply from the Bard. There are different steps. We'll be using pre-processing steps in order to work with numerical data. So, yeah, it says we have to identify the handle which is missing values, delete rows and deleting outliers. So normalizing the data, feature selection, etc. Right? So these are the general major steps which we use in order to pre-process our numerical data. So the answer is given here. Let's converse more on this particular problem statement. So let's find out the code in order to pre-process the data or normalize the numerical data, anything for the matter. So code to pre-process numerical data. So, conversing the next step, let's see what is the code it will give. I'm not giving any kind of language restriction or in Python or in C++ or something. Generally, we'll always be getting the codes related to Python language, especially in data domain, right? It is the pioneer or major language which is used in data domain. So, this is the code which we can get. So, if you want to export this code to Colab, there is one more option available here. Export option. You can just use exporting to document. There was only two before, right? When I gave an interface introduction, it was only two, exporting to documents or drafting a mail or sending to someone. Now, just we asked for codes, it is also giving export to Colab. Colab is one of the product of Google which we use in order to do the coding, right? So you can use this feature as well, right? So this is the sample code. Now, if you want to explore more, you can also write code to normalize numerical data. So I'm just trying to converse or explore more what is available with respect to this particular problem statement which I have taken, pre-processing a numerical data. So, if you could see, you will get a Python code yet again. How do you normalize? There are a number of ways to normalize, and these are the examples. This is the output, and again, what is the explanation of every line in the code is also being mentioned here. And this is the code for pre-processing numerical data and normalizing numerical data, right? So, after understanding all this, let's move to the next domain. The next domain was artificial intelligence as we listed. So, the main problem statement here is separating the audio, right? You are having three people speaking in one single audio which is merged and you want to separate that. How do you do that? So, I have an audio, you are just conversing with the Bard like this. I have an audio with three people speaking at a time. How to separate them into three different audios? You are just having the question to the Bard. So, I am just putting this across on the prompt and let's wait and watch what is the reply we'll be getting from the Bard. Say, there are fewer ways to separate audio. So these are the particular software programs which you can use. Udacity, you have Adobe Audition. So you have many other softwares to separate the audio. Say, it is giving us the perspective of the applications available, right? What you want is the code, right? So let's see code to separate audio from 3 different speakers, right? Merged in one. See, randomly, whatever you think, whatever you feel like having questions across, you can just put it that. It need not be grammatically correct or just very much focused to what you really want to know. You can just, whatever you feel in your mind, you can just type it across. Say, you will get the code right here. Right? There are 3 different speakers which has been merged in one single audio. Like, how do you separate that? What is the program which we use? So this is in Python yet again. Again, you have the code, you have the explanation of each and every line, what's happening, and it is giving certain results as well. Again, if you want to export, you will have the export to collab option as well because it is a code, right? So this is about using Google Colab in the domain artificial intelligence with a problem statement of audio separation. So going to the next domain which we'll address is management. Inside management, let's see a sub branch that is dedicated towards human resource, right? Generally, job finding, details of the job, anything related to HR is all about getting into work, getting off from work. Everywhere the HRs are involved in offices, right? So let's create a job description. This is the problem statement. Under management domain, I'm just creating effective job description. I'll give this prompt. Let's see what is the answer we'll get. Yes, the answer we got here is start with a strong summary, be specific about the duties and responsibilities, proofread carefully once you finish all the job description. So these are the inputs given to the user by the prompt for the question which is being raised. So let's post the next question or the prompt. Create a job description for the position of a product manager. Say, as an HR, you want to give the job description. It is very much important. So when you give this particular questions, it will just give you a job title, product manager, department is product, reports to director of product. Then you have summary. And you have responsibilities of this, qualification in need. So these are the qualifications. Accordingly, if you want to alter, you can just alter and put it across. So desired qualification, what are the extra qualification it is good if they have, and what is the compensation, what are the benefits, and see all the job description which you used to do manually is been given in a jiffy. It is given in 2 to 3 seconds, right? So let's see what we can explore more on this. Now, let's understand in the perspective of a applying person or the candidate what he or she will try to find. What are the most in-demand skills for the role of product managers? Say, the job description with respect to HR perspective is done. So, as a candidate perspective, let's quickly check out what are the most in-demand skills we need in order to become this particular product manager in a company, right? So communication is very much important, strategic thinking, analytical skills. You have to have a problem solving skills, technical skills, business acumen. So all these are the important skills a product manager should persist, right? So the skills are being listed here. Now let's explore more on this. Let's see for the next prompt. As a person who is applying for product manager role, I'm specific about either of one skill. Say, for example, what are the technical skills we want? So let's understand. Can you specify to the prompt? I'm just asking for the bard. Can you specify the technical skills which we require in order to have a product manager role? So I'm giving this prompt again. Let's see. I'm just exploring. I'm just trying to converse what is happening, keeping a one single problem statement of a job description of a product manager. So it says programming languages, you should know about databases, you should know about web development, testing, version control, agile development, etc. So these are the technical skills most probably needed to a product manager, right? If you're into a technical domain. After getting a particular output, that is programming languages we need, databases. Apart from all these, what else is needed? Let's explore more, add more technical skills to this particular list which you have listed. We are just conversing with the Bard. We are just asking the Bard in order to add more technical skills, leaving these things which is listed already, right? So let's see what is the answer. Yes, it says cloud computing, machine learning, big data, UX, UI, prototyping, testing, metrics and analytics, etc. Right? So this is how you converse with respect to a particular problem statement with the help of Bard. So let's understand the next domain, what it is trying to fetch for us in marketing and sales and business development, right? So let's quickly check out the prompts related to management, which is under the business or sales or production. After understanding the human resource domain perspective, let's go to the next domain in management, that is marketing. Let's understand what are the target audiences, or how do you identify them? Just identification of target audiences, how that will happen. I'm just giving a prompt related to that. It says we have to identify the target audience. You want to sell your product in the market, you want to do something. So these are the things you can go for it. You can define your product service. You can research your competition, who are the competitions for your particular product, understand your customer, use data to segment your audience. You can have demographic wise, you can have behavioral wise, you can talk to customers, you can have the surveys, you can have polls, you can use social media nowadays for digital marketing, or you can also use the analytics, how the market is up and down. It is just having the different perception every single day, right? It's not same in the stock, or it's not same in the sales. It is not same in the business industry. So I'm just trying to identify the steps or the necessary tips we need in order to have the target audience. This was a very general perspective of identification of target audience, which is required for each and every business out there in the market, right? So let's focus on a particular problem statement. It says, I am planning, for example, I'm asking to the Bard, I am planning to open a cake shop in the town. How can I identify the target audience to the cake shop, right? When you say in the broader perspective, this is the options which you got. But when you tell your problem statement, I'm planning to do something, I'm just planning to open a cake shop. Say, how do you identify the target audience in my locality or my business? So I'm just giving this question for Bard, and it is trying to fetch the answer for us. So let's see what would be the answer when we put the certain question. Say, what's happening here? It is just giving you almost or the same answer. It is not going specific to the target audience of a cake shop. It says demography, again behavioral, which is same as before, right? It is not focusing in particular what is happening. So it is just giving you what are the demographies or the marketing aspects, SEO perspective, print advertisement. So it is giving you a general bits. Again, it is not considering the cake shop problem statement which we gave. It is like using the target audience for the cake shop, but it is not mentioning anywhere, but it is giving the generalized answer, also the extended answer for the question. So let's not leave it till there. We will just try to fetch what should be the location of the cake shop in the town in order to be successful. So all these questions will be asking the prompt now. Let's see what should be the different factors we have to consider. That is target audience, again competition, visibility. It's moving around in and there what we found in the general perspective, right? So here the some locations which cake shop will be very good, doing it best. It can click when you have the shop in busy shopping district or near a school or university or in the residential area, tourist area, mixed use area. So these are the answers you will get. So let's not leave it here. Let's explore more. So let's understand more about it. So how can I beat the competition? And how can I gain more advantage for the cake shop which I am opening, right? So I'm having this question. I'm just giving the interactions between the user and the Bard, how it is happening, right? So it is giving a suggestion that you should have a unique proposition. You should have a good selling proposition. So USP will say we also have focus on quality. You should also be creative enough. You should be having the price competency, consistency. So these are the options it is trying to give. It is giving an complete generalized wide perspective of how do you beat the competition for a cake shop? So what do we do now? Let's explore more, right? So let's ask the different points already listed. Apart from that, anything else which is there which makes the particular competitors having a different USP or different way of selling or different way of using their business into a good perspective, right? You can offer vegan, gluten-free cakes. You can also have cake decorations which is unique. You can also have a cake delivery. So these are the options which will give you, which is a unique idea which is not listed previously. I've already specified that all the above points are already covered by the competitors which they are already using, which is already in the business. What can I do extra? Suggest the same. So then these are the information which is we got, right? So this is about the management domain across human resources and marketing perspective. Now let's check out the next domain. We have covered the major ones. So let's understand the general perspective. So what we can do. So I'm trying to draft a mail, right, to send a potential lead for data science. And it should not be more than 200 words. It should include all clear call to actions. And it should be having the professional tone to build the trust established between the connection with the reader. So let's quickly give the problem statement with certain constraints. How does the bard will reply? Let's check out. So this is the draft which has been put up here, right? Why the email has been put up like this is also mentioned here, right? You're having different drafts. You can just put it across, change the subject, change whatever the requirement as per you want and just explore more. This is one of the sample which I've shown in a general perspective, right? So these are the various prompts which we could see across the domains: technical, artificial intelligence, data, management, and general aspect, right? Hope this gave you a gist of connection. How do you converse with Google Bard? Now, after understanding how do you work with prompts in Bard, let's see what is the difference between Google Bard versus ChatGPT, which came before Google Bard. The first point says the real-time inquiry is able to be answered by Google Bard AI, right? Responses from ChatGPT are based on data up to 2021. That means ChatGPT is restricted to 2021 and the Google Bard is on date up to the mark. The second point says Google Bard AI yields conventional search results with only a small tweak of Google settings. You can just do the conventional search results. As I told you, after giving the answer for your prompt, it will also give you a Google Chrome accommodation. The search engine, you can directly click on that and you can just go and switch to the Google Chrome and explore more if you are enough with the Bard. But ChatGPT only provides text results. It is not giving you the hyperlinks or the option of search engine in order to go further, understand more and explore more, right? Next, you have Google Bard, which is based on Lambda, right? As I told you, it is having a LLM called Lambda and ChatGPT is based on GPT, right? So next, Google Bard has no plagiarism detector. As I told you, the AI classifier which we'll be using here is having no plagiarism detector. But if you use ChatGPT, you are having a plagiarism detector. It will give you prompts if the particular answer or the input which you have given is plagiarized or not. The last point says, for the time being, Google Bard is totally free. For now. For the time being, because it is an experimental version. It is version 1 which is being provided by the Google. Hence, they are not having any subscription plan or any monetary related things to the particular application. But when it comes to OpenAI company, which has launched ChatGPT, now has unveiled a new premium service for ChatGPT Plus. Right? So it is evolving because the first version of GPT is completely done. It's over. So it is evolving. But Google Bard is at the first step. Right? So you have to understand the aspects of business as well. Right? Once you get the number of people using that particular application, obviously they will take up, they will give a good service and also demand the cost for the service which they provide. Right? So we cannot say ChatGPT company is wrong, right? So we cannot say OpenAI is wrong. They are thinking towards the business perspective. Obviously, when Google Bard also, when it gains much popularity and it will be more stable, it might be monetized as well, right? So this is the overall picture and the difference between the major ones, ChatGPT and the Google Bard. Let's check out advantages of Bard now. The first point says it will help users to generate text, translate the languages which they use, and whatever the prompt which you want to try to use, it will help the user to generate the relevant text. The second point says it writes various types of creative materials. As I told you, as I've worked with, it can be a drafting mail, it can be planning a trip. So any kind of creative material, if you want to generate as well, it will support that. Then it will provide a helpful responses for the inquiries which is being made, right? That is the major work of the Bard, right? So now let's see what are the disadvantages we have for Bard. It says accuracy. Yes. When we encountered few of the issues when we were asking for certain inquiries for the Bard, it was repeating the same thing. With the help of the cake shop example, if you can remember, it was giving us certain answers which is repetitive, but also the extended things for that, right? So accuracy is not that much accurate. So because it's a basic version, it is the experimental version. Bard answers may not be accurate. It can be particularly involve a difficulty in understanding or factual subjects. It can also have inaccuracy in that because it's a version 1. The second point says bias. The responses from the Bard may exhibit the opinions which is found in the training data only. It is not going across and checking what you're feeling, what you're thinking inside your mind and giving an emotional reply for that. It is not happening. It is not emotionally connected, right? You can feel bias as well because it is a trained machine. It is giving the answers as per the training data that is inside the machine. So persona. So Bard's reaction could indicate that it has a different persona or it will not match the sentiments. Sometimes opinions will not be matched. It is having its own opinion. It's having its own sentiments, which is already predefined, right? With the help of the training data. False positives and false negatives. So Bard is vulnerable to hostile prompting and may not respond to some of the valid cues and while responding inappropriately to others. Like users will discover ways to put Bard under more pressure. So what's happening here is people trying to explore more, people trying to confuse the system more, people are trying to give the best test data as much as possible. Because as and when the customers uses or the user will use it, right? That is when the machine will start learning. That is when the developer can give their best and make the system very much good and very much accurate, right? So false positive and false negative is one of the disadvantage. It can also be turned into advantage as well, right? So these are the disadvantages of Bard. So now we have seen what are the advantages and disadvantages of Bard in broader perspective. Now let's understand the applications of Bard in various domains and fields, right? Bard can be used for the first thing which you can see is customer service. In order to address certain issues, respond to your inquiries by the customer. So we have set of customer service people who will be working across to solve the issues, right? In every other company, they'll be having certain representatives who will be solving the issues of the customers. So what are the examples you can see? Address invoicing, concerns, and you also have offer technical assistance, and you can also respond to the queries about goods and services. For example, you are having certain courier which has to be reached from source A to source B. So you can have the tracking also. If it is having certain issues, you can also call them. You can also ask what is the issue in delay or any other queries required. The next domain which you can see is sales and marketing. Why do we use? We can just use to create the leads. You can also have potential customers, seal deals, etc. What are the examples of having a Bard in sales and marketing? You can use to send customized emails. You can also use to produce marketing materials, or you can also respond to the inquiries from the potential clients if they inquire, right? Addressing the next one, obtaining client feedback, right? Feedback is very much necessary in a business. Spotting new product opportunities. Any new product, if you want to launch, what's happening, you have to spot that and create new features for the products which is already existing to make it more feasible, more running in the business, right? Generally, feedback will happen in surveys, right? It can be offline or online nowadays. So examine client feedback. You can also generate fresh concepts in order to implement to the products. Next, you have the field research and development. Generally, research will happen in order to gather the data. So when you gather the data, we pre-process the data, we put it into normalization of data. You can just make that data work in the aspect you want to for your company, right? So come up with hypothesis. After having the data with them, we have to analyze, we have to think what is happening. You have to come to a hypothesis and you can test theories which you can implement. Either it can lead the business to profit, and obviously nobody will plan to go for a loss, but still, if it is in loss, how do you get back to the profit? So research and development will help in the business aspect as well, right? So what are the examples? To perform stimulations, to analyze the data, to search through scientific literature, etc., right? So BART can be used in the wider perspective. The next one, personalizing learning experiences, offering feedback and responding to the inquiries. That can also happen. To develop interactive classes, to mark homework, or to respond to inquiries from the students. So learning experience, in specifically I can say it is in the part of education, right? So you can just use BART in the education as well. So creating artistic output, including songs, poems, and short stories, that can also be done in the field of multimedia, right? You can have this drawing the screenplays for the films or television programs, or writing the poems and composing new music. So this is all in the entertainment industry or multimedia industry, right? So widely we have listed the application across the domains like entertainment, education, research and development. Again, you are having sales and marketing, customer service, etc., right? So these are the applications in a broader perspective for BART. Now, let's understand the scope of AI with Google BART. Obviously, Google BART is dependent upon artificial intelligence, machine learning, natural language processing, data mining, everything, right? So all the data science perspective we can include in Google BART. But let's understand the scope of AI now. AI-powered search tools will be able to condense complex data and a range of viewpoints into rapid and understandable formats. So what they mean to say is, you can use the data which is too complex and make it simple and understand with the help of AI. A human being understanding 2 pages takes 10 minutes, and the machine understanding 2 pages takes 2 or 3 seconds maximum, right? So this is the power of AI. This is how you have the scope of AI in Google BART. These new AI functions will soon be made available through Google search, right? So this condensation, this complex data reduction will be available with the help of Google searches as well. So Google also plans to create a set of tools and APIs to support the creation of more effective AI applications over time, right? So it is just a basic version. This is not the end version. It is going to improve. It is going to involve more and more technical aspect and much convenient to the user. User experience will be to the par 10, I can say, right? So every time they do some innovation will be implemented with a good R&D, and it will be put it into trials, tests, and it will be dedicatedly given a mark, whether it is a good one or a bad one, with the help of the customer feedback itself. So this is how generally all the products will have its features put it across, right? Some will be failure, some will be a hit, right? Depends upon how it is and how the users are using it. So these developments may be essential for startups looking to develop dependable and trustworthy AI systems, right? So for the startups, whenever they want to do something, right, they solve a problem statement with the help of AI, these aspects will help. These initial bits will help them. So this is the scope of AI with Google BART. So let's see what is the future of BART. So now we have version 1, but there is a future for the application. Let's see what is it. Tools for exporting generated content, right? As I told you, we have already seen basic tools. That is, I'm not talking about tools, basic features, right? It says you can export it to a document, you can mail it to someone. If it is a code, you can use it in a collab, export it to a collab also. What they're talking here is a future, it might be a tools also. There are different softwares which can also be involved here in order to make some exporting or doing some or the other post data processing, right? So the next you have image as response. You have seen Google Images. How does it work? You just drag and drop the Google image, it will start searching. Likewise, it will give images as a response also. For now, Google Bard is not giving images as a response. Say for example, if you go to the prompt and say pictures of cow, pictures of peacock, it will not give you pictures. It will just give you the text. Like peacock is standing on the rock or cow is gazing in the grasslands. So this is how it will give you. It will not give you the picture. It will give you the textual name of the particular picture. So they will improve on that. It will come up in Bard in future as well. So the next one, it says comes with a host plugins. Say if you want to plug in something. Already the development is going on the plugins, how to include, what to include and other stuff. So it will be up in the future. Prompt using images. Say now the voice prompts are there. Text prompts are there. Then you can use images also as a prompt. You can just put an image. Say for example, you want to shop something, you see something, like Google Lens is working, right? How does that work? It will just give you, when you give the picture, it will give you the possible shopping images or the all options or anything. If people who have used Google Lens will understand, yes, it will give you the whole perspective of the particular image. Likewise, it will be having images option in prompt as well in Google Bard, right? So next you have voice prompts. Yes, that has been already put up now. The voice prompts are there now, but it will be improvised further as well. Like interaction kind of voice prompts might also be put into picture in future. For now, it is just we dictating something and we are sending that, but later it might be a conversational way of voice conversation can also happen. So export results to Gmail on Docs is already there. We are just having the results and Gmail Docs. Also, you can just export all the results which is available. Then you can enhance the search, right? You can give the search option. If you want to search something extra than the prompted element, you can just use that. Then Bard for coding, that is already there. If you put some code, it will give you a complete explanation. And it will also be available in the G Suite. For now, as compared to the other products of Google, it is not available. So in future, it will be available in the G Suite as well. So this is the overall picture of future of Bard. Also, few of the elements here listed is also included. It might be improvised further into a better experience as well, right? So by this, we understood many features, future, scope, advantages, disadvantages, and many other things with respect to Bard.
In our journey through generative AI, we have uncovered the magic of machines creating content autonomously. Here's a quick recap of what we have learned. Generative AI is where machines get creative, generating content like text, image, and music all on their own. It is a subset of AI standing alongside machine learning and natural language processing, but it's where innovation and creativity thrive. We have explored some of the coolest generative AI tools like ChatGPT, which is your versatile conversational companion, GitHub Copilot, which is your coding buddy, generating code suggestions, Claude, which is your prompt magician crafting text based on your inputs, Google Gemini, which is your creative muse inspiring new ideas with powerful text generation. With these tools, we are witnessing the future of AI creativity and innovation where the possibilities are truly endless. Stay tuned for more insights into exciting world of generative AI. Don't miss out on the journey ahead.